Thank you, everyone, for joining us this evening. We're getting a little bit of a late start, and we have quite a number of people that are interested in speaking, so I would like to first call to order the public hearing of the Beverly School Committee and welcome you all today. It is Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. We are using a hybrid remote meeting model, and this meeting application allows for remote participation as well as safe public access to the open portions of our meeting. We have BevCam, who we are so grateful for, and they are streaming and broadcasting us as well, and providing for the live link in the overflow room. I would encourage anyone that is interested to visit the overflow room. There are additional seats out there as well. These microphones are capturing sound for a BevCam stream, and they do not project in this room. So when the speakers are at the podium, you may have some difficulty since they will be speaking towards the school committee. In the overflow room, you will have the benefit of the BevCam mics. I want to just state that on June 16th, 2021, the former governor signed Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, and on February 12th and again on July 16th of 2022, he extended provisions to, among other things, allow public bodies to continue to hold meetings remotely until March 31st, 2023. Now, our current governor and legislature extended this further by 2 years until March 31st, 2025. These acts specifically suspend the need for a quorum in the chair to be physically present and asks our body to use technical methods to allow for safe public access. As a side note, Beverly has prior approval for remote participation, although through that permission from the Attorney General's office, the chair and the quorum do physically need to be present, and only allows for a few members to be remote. So that will be in effect once this act expires. Tonight we have 3 scheduled meetings. This includes the public hearing that I've just now called to order. And we have opportunity for public to address us. We may need to recess this meeting momentarily to open our other posted meetings to attend to business from those agendas, and then we will return to this public hearing. I would like to thank all of those who signed up in advance and who have provided a sign up in person. We do have additional sign up sheets available at the door. If you are interested in speaking this evening, we do ask that you state your name and address for the record and that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes or fewer. Please also remember this is an address to the school committee and we will not be replying. Also, for the public hearing, it's generally on the FY25 budget. I know that some of the topics indirectly relate, and we will entertain those as well. But we're focused on the FY25 budget. I want to thank Mr. Paul Manzo for volunteering this evening to be our timekeeper. And my understanding is he will have an audible 3-minute alarm for us. He'll also make an indication to the speaker so they can draw their remarks to a close before that bell. As with our prior public hearings, we will first hear from Dr. Suzanne Chirocek, our superintendent. She will provide a review at a high level, the details of our FY25 budget proposal. She will be summarizing all that we have discussed in our prior meetings. For anyone that's looking for a deeper dive into the proposed budget, we have QR codes that are strategically located around the room and at the door that you can look to the budget book. And we also encourage revisiting the series of meetings that have led up to this proposed budget tonight. These meetings began in November of 2023, if not before. We have all of those recordings available, thanks to BevCam, on their YouTube channel and on their website. Okay. Mr. Manzo, you understand the microphone needs to stay green for people's, just if you could keep an eye on that too. Yeah, I'm giving you a double duty today. Okay, so we would like to very much thank the engaged community members that have reached out to this committee prior to tonight's hearing, and we're looking forward to hearing from those of you who have joined us tonight. We are anticipating listening intently. And as I mentioned, we have a number of people signed up. We also had a few people who prepared remarks in advance that they've sent in via email. I will endeavor to read those into the record. However, as I stated earlier, if we exceed the allotted time this evening that this building stays open, we may need to recess and post another meeting for another night. And let's see. I think I already mentioned this. We do have a couple of matters in our other posted agendas for this evening, so we will recess for those. And now, joining us this evening are members of the school committee, various members of the district administration and leadership teams, and I will conduct a roll call in just a moment so that we can confirm all of the participants can see and hear us this evening. I would like to offer a request that anyone that's joining us remotely, please mute your line, as any audio or video that you supply will become part of the meeting record, and we would like to avoid background noises. Okay, I'll start with the committee. We have Mayor Mike Cahill.
Here.
Ms. Kimberly Coelho.
Here.
Dr. Kenan Mackenzie DeFranza.
Here.
Ms. Karen Robinson.
Here.
Dr. Jeffrey Silva.
Here.
Ms. Lorinda Visnick.
Here.
And I am Ms. Rachel Abel. We are also joined by Dr. Suzanne Chirocek.
Here.
Dr. Dorothy Flaherty. Here. Dr. Andre Morgan. Here. Ms. Jean Sherburne.
Here.
And we also are joined this evening by Emma Puglisi, who is our incoming Director of Finance in June.
Here.
Great. We have Aaron Brown. Here. Bethany Splansky.
Here.
And there's so many faces. I see Gabrielle Montevecchi.
Here.
And I saw Julie Smith.
Here.
Okay. Aaron Sweeney.
Here.
Thank you. Dana Cruikshank.
Here.
Thank you. Thought I saw Mark Thomas walking in.
Here.
Okay, great. And Amy Blanchard, I just caught your. There you are. Okay. Lisa Oliver.
Here.
Great. Is Gina Anderson present? Not today. Okay. I might stop there. There's so many people present. Kate Twombly. There we are. Okay.
Rachel, can you check that they can hear on Zoom? Something's turned off in there.
Okay. We're just checking in the overflow room to make sure that you can hear us. Maybe someone could pop their head in.
And the people on Zoom, just as a check,
Yeah, could you check with the Zoom? They said they couldn't at first.
Okay. That's why we do the roll call, to make sure everybody can hear and see us. Mr. Redmond, are you able to hear and see us? You are now. Great. Thank you for confirming. Okay. Oh, and we can hear you now, too. Thank you so much. Okay. I have such a long list of administrators. I don't believe I'm going to be able to get through the whole list. So we'll leave it at that. Again, all of our members are present this evening, so we do not need to call the roll call votes, and we will get right into our presentation, if you don't mind, Dr. Chirocek.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen, hoping that everyone can see it. I think that should be working for everybody. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to kind of represent some of the information that's been shared over the past few months in our budget process. I'm hoping that I answer some questions that have been raised by both you and by some of your constituents as we go through the process, and hope to bring some clarity to some of the situations that might have been less than clear. So just starting off, first of all, as I start always, first with our mission and core values, we know that when we're creating a budget document, it's reflective of our priorities and our values and our goals. And so I wanted to make sure that I included for everyone that, you know, we stand behind these and they do drive the work that we do. In addition, we have our goals for our district from our district improvement plan. And again, thinking as we create and devise any document that impacts students, that we're true to our goals, our district goal areas for this year, which you'll hear more about in 2 weeks when I do the formal presentation. We'll be designing our equity continuum: diversity, belonging, inclusion, and equity; high-quality professional development; and innovative practices. And under that, we have lots of initiatives, but the purpose for them being here is that the decisions that we make about our budget are really grounded and aligned to our district goal areas. In addition to that, at the beginning of the budget process, as I do every year, I meet individually with school committee members and with some stakeholders across the department, and the school committee sets some budget priorities for which I keep in mind as I build the budget. And so this year, the budget priorities of the school committee included ensuring that we transition from ESSER funding, knowing that we had some expenses that we have been fortunate to have over the past few years from the ESSER funding that was available in the areas of technology, curriculum licensing, and capital expenses. In addition, ensuring that we continue the work that we've put together over the last few years around math achievement, pre-K to 12. Continuing with hopefully the end of COVID recovery, and hopefully we're back on track as much as we can, in addition to keeping an eye to academic support classes. We wanted to make sure that we were focusing on social emotional well-being, including counselors and our City Connects, the partnership that we have for City Connects. And finally, fostering equity, including looking at family engagement, transportation, extracurricular opportunities, advanced coursework, college pathways in early college, and diversity, belonging, inclusion, and equity. So those were the priorities that were identified and that I kept in mind as I was building the recommended budget for you. As always, when we're thinking about the budget, there are factors that impact that FY25 budget. This year, the list includes the end of ESSER transition, always includes Chapter 70 funding, wondering how and what that will look like. We always have to consider our health insurance increases, special education increases, enrollment adjustments, and this year, contractual obligations. Last year, when we were building the budget, we were in negotiations with our AFSCME units. This year, we're in negotiations with our Beverly Teacher Association units A, B, and C. So I'm going to go through each one of those a little bit to try to provide a little clarity and explanation. I know that many of the people that are here may have seen the budget presentations that we've done, but some may not have, and so hoping to bring together and tie that together for people that may not have been able to join us for the last 6 school committee meetings. So throughout the past 4 years, the district has utilized ESSER funding in various ways. ESSER funding was made available to districts through federal funding, and the purpose of it was to support the safe reopening and sustaining safe operations of schools while meeting students' academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs resulting from the COVID pandemic. And in Beverly, that meant we used it in a variety of ways, including COVID-related physical updates, social emotional programming, high-quality curriculum materials, City Connects partnership, technology and wireless infrastructure, contracted services and professional development, summer program, and some support staff positions, to name a few. That's not an exhaustive list. And what is really important to keep in mind as we go forward is that funding from ESSER ends on September 30th, 2024. And we all wish we could have it going on further, but that is a deadline in which all expenses need to be completely drawn down and paid for before that deadline of September 30th, 2024. Because ESSER had a strong impact on our district, we worked throughout the time of the funding to kind of monitor and see what we were doing. In the summer of '23, we all sat and went to a workshop and worked with a group from Georgetown University to take a close look specifically at Beverly, understanding how we were doing with the financing, what impact it was having, and sort of helping understand how to avoid falling off the ESSER cliff, so to speak. And so these are some data points that came from our work with the group at Georgetown University. First of all, at that point in time, and I believe it was the middle of June 2023, we had $2,950,980 remaining, which came out to about $645 per pupil. And again, they re-emphasized that these funds needed to be spent by September of 2024. And they took a close look at staffing and enrollment trends in our district. So they provided a 10-year overview of our staffing and enrollment trends. And as you can see in Beverly, our staffing increased by 30% and our enrollment increased by 4%. We actually were unique. Many districts had a drop in enrollment, and so that was something that was remarkable for Beverly, that we did not have a significant drop in enrollment over the 10-year period, as many other folks around Massachusetts did. They gave us some bullet points to think about. We're always acknowledging there's still work to do to get students back on track academically, and we know that. And in our district, we've been working towards that goal. And while this district has not sustained the level of enrollment decline of its peers, it needs to forecast its new revenues against existing commitments, including, and they are cognizant of the fact that we would be entering a multi-year labor contracts, both with AFSCME at the time and with BTA. And then finally, the district is set to receive an increase. Well, this was optimistic. The district was set to receive an increase in state funding, which would likely offset much of the loss of ESSER. I will talk more about this when I talk about Chapter 70 funding. The new funds, they were hopeful the new funds might offer more opportunities to continue some of the investments that we made. Another data point that they provided us was how big is the ESSER cliff for this district. So in Beverly, looking at the amount of resources that we received over 4 years in comparison to the appropriated budgets that we normally had, we had about a 3% increase in revenues available to us as the result of ESSER funding over the course of the 4 years. And they approximated that to be equivalent to anywhere between 0 and 20 FTE positions. So I thought this was just a nice piece of reference for people that might not understand the ESSER funding. The ESSER funding has come to a complete stop. It's not available for any other uses as we go forward at this point in time, and has to be fully expended by September of 2024. And that makes Jean nervous, and she makes me say we're not going too far down the road with that. We're going to make sure we meet that deadline. The other thing that impacts our budget process in Beverly is our Chapter 70 funding impact. The district relies on Chapter 70 funding for 20% of our appropriated budget. In the past 3 years, we've seen great variability in the formula as it applies to Beverly. This year, Beverly has reverted back to a minimum aid district. So the funding formula impacts, there are about 80 districts across Massachusetts for which the funding formula has been a roller coaster ride. We were a minimum aid district, then we weren't a minimum aid district, and then we were a slightly less aid district, and now we're back to a minimum aid district. And so the complexity of that formula is really hard, but basically it's devised, and it relies on the inflation rate, and it relies on our number of students who are certified for aid across the district, and as well as our number of English language learners that are in our district and special education students. So the formula varies, and it has had a kind of that same impact on us. In FY22, our Chapter 70 and this is incremental increase numbers on the side, not the total number of funding. But the incremental increase in FY22 was $80 per student. In FY23, it was $559 per student. That was a good year. In FY24, it was $305 per student. And then we're back to minimum aid this year, which I'm pleased to say the House, and it appears the Senate has withheld that, is setting that benchmark at $104 per student. The original numbers that came up from the governor's budget had us at $30 per student, so we're all grateful that the House and the Senate have left that number up where it is. There are other expenses that we look at as we consider the budget, one of them being health insurance. Beverly Public Schools contributes 80% to the cost of HMO plans and 75% of the cost to indemnity plans. These health insurance costs are contractual, and the increase for this benefit in FY25 is 6.5%, so the increased cost to the district in the district budget is $668,903. Likewise, we have special education obligations that are already obligated. In the increase in tuition costs for private special education day school placements in FY24 was 14%. The cost for FY25 is an additional 4.69%. The increase in public day programs this year will range between 5 and 14%. And the difference between the two are just whether it's a consortium or whether it's a private school placement that special education students are sent to. And the district is obligated, we're in contracts with all of these placements to meet these increases, and we estimate that the increased cost in special education this year will be, I'll call that an optimistic number. Mayor, I get confused by those, but $1 million, which means that we're crossing our fingers that $1 million actually meets the number that's been that's projected. The next thing that we look at when we're looking at the budget is enrollment adjustments. And in Beverly, we have guidelines for our classes. All K1 and 2 classrooms, we target a range of 22 or under. In all 3 and 4 classrooms, we target a range of 25 or under. And these are the numbers that we have utilized for a while in Beverly. I think that some folks may just be learning those are the numbers that we aim for. We were able, with the influx of resourcing that we had from ESSER, to sometimes offer smaller class sizes in some of the buildings. That was the purpose of ESSER funding, to do that specifically for those instances. And some funding was used either sometimes as an additional classroom or sometimes for interventions, and in some cases an additional special education teacher was in place. So, but however, this year our classroom targets were just back to where we have always been, 22 or under and 25 or under. One additional program added this year is an AIM program at AIRS. As you know, AIM serves our students with autism, and this year we're adding an additional program at AIRS, and that would require a teacher and 3 paraprofessionals in that building. Again, it's a phenomenon of many of our elementary schools that enrollment adjustments often include moving staff from one grade level to another. The classrooms that are close to the recommended guidelines as well are monitored throughout the spring and summer. And what I've done is at each building, I'm going to show you what those class sizes are projected to be. And there's a highlight on if a class size is approaching the target range. And those are the ones that we will watch as enrollments come and go throughout the spring and into summer, and make adjustments likewise. So this is the AIRS school. AIRS has a grade 3 where there are 71 students, which looks at like a class size of 23 in each one of those classes. I do want to note that the current 3rd grade at AIRS has 23 students in it, so it's not really an increase in what the grade 3 teachers have this year. However, it is highlighted because it's one that we would keep an eye on as we go through spring and summer. If enrollments were to increase and those numbers were to get much higher, we would be having a discussion and conversation about how we might mitigate that. At Centerville, they are holding steady in all of their classrooms, and these are the class sizes that are projected for the Centerville Elementary School. At Cove, we have a similar situation to AIRS, 71 students in grade 3. Again, we will be watching any new enrollments or any folks that withdraw from the Cove School and move out of Beverly, but these are the class sizes that are projected to be there. Hannah, likewise, has a 1st grade. Remember, grades K1 and 2, we want 22 to be our target number, so we've highlighted a grade 1 at Hannah, and we'll keep our eye on that and watch as enrollments go. And then finally, North Beverly also has a grade 1, which we're going to watch. There really is a lot of movement in the summer in numbers, and so we want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on these classes. Another area that I know that I've received a lot of questions from a few of you is around our elementary special programming, whether it's self-contained classrooms or our learning centers. And so I just wanted to sort of share with you what the enrollments are and how decisions are made on that. Often is cohort related. Sometimes 4th graders move up. We have new students moving in. So these are the numbers for those programs. Our language-based program is projected to have 7 students. There are 2 teachers and 1 paraprofessional. At the language-based program, because the grade span is often a wider grade span, we can't put students of different ages together in a classroom, so that's why 2 is the correct number there. SSP is our program over at Centerville, projected to have 17 students. That program is served by 3 teachers and 1 SAC and 5 paraprofessionals. Our English learners across the elementaries make up 140 of our students. We have 5 teachers targeted. I should have highlighted that in yellow as well. We are keeping a watch on that. That's one area that if we were to have an influx of students, we would want to make some adjustments. And again, across the elementary schools, there are 5 teachers, 1 in each building, and 2 paraprofessionals that are basically assigned where the need is. Our Learning Center, we have 226 students in Learning Centers. We have 15 teachers. That's 3 special education teachers per building, and 41 paras that are in various buildings across the district. Again, I mentioned the AIM class at Ayers is an added class this year. We project that that will be 6 students with 1 teacher and 3 paras. At Cove, we have 23 students, which are 4 teachers and 20 paras. And at North Beverly, the AIM program has 23 students, 3 teachers, and 11 paras. And again, I actually asked Bethany, that seems weird, and a lot of it has to do with the type of programming that takes place. So some of our students with more significant need are at Cove, and so that's the difference in staffing on that one. Same information for the middle school. We have our grade 5 through 8 classrooms with a target range of 25 or under. Our global app classrooms have a target range of 25 to 30. That varies depending on content. There might be more students in band or chorus or phys ed than in some of the other STEM classes, perhaps. But the range is 25 to 30. Staffing adjustments in the middle school may include increasing or decreasing staff based on current enrollments. Special education staff may also increase or decrease based on rising and departing cohorts, and additional staff is determined by program need. So we have a language-based program at the middle school with 21 students that will have 4 teachers and 1 paraprofessional serving those students. SSP has 18 students with 3 teachers, 4.5 paras, 1 clinician, and 1 SAC. Our ATTAIN program, which is sort of a parallel path for our AIM programs. For some of our students has 29 students, 4 teachers, and 6 paraprofessionals. Our Learning Center, we have 232 students at the middle school, 16 teachers, and 14 paraprofessionals. And our L students, we have 57 teachers, 57 students, 3 teachers, and 1 paraprofessional. So that's the staffing for some of those programs there. And then this is sort of the same makeup so that you can see. You'll notice that in grade 5, there are 394. I've been talking about that all fall and winter into this point in time. That's a large cohort of students going into grade 5. In response, we've added a 2-person team. Our grades 5 and 6 function in 2-person teams, and our grades 7 and 8 are on 5-person teams, three different teams of 5 people. So, and those are the estimated class sizes for those folks. And those are the numbers in our ATTAIN. I did that slide a little earlier. And then finally, at the high school, our class target range is 22 to 30. And we spent a lot of time working with Mark and Julie this year at the high school. And to optimize enrollment and scheduling, efficiency measures will be employed to phase out low enrollment classes, resulting in a reduction of 5.4 FTE positions. These include both content and elective courses. That means that we're working hard within the schedule. We had, when we look over the schedule this year, there are some classes of 13 or some classes of 15. And so a lot of it had to do with the way the scheduling was working out. And Mark and Julie are making some corrections and working on the scheduling to make sure that we are running classes at a measurable size. So, and then finally, here are the special programs at the high school. The language-based program has 9 students and 1 teacher. Ladders 3's projected enrollment is 29 students with 4 teachers, 4 paras, and 1 SAC. The Accomplished program is 23 students with 3 teachers and 5 paraprofessionals. The Learning Center serves 187 students with 16 teachers and 14 paraprofessionals. And then finally, we have 44 English language students with 2 teachers and 1 paraprofessional. So that is sort of just a snapshot of sort of some of the class sizes. Here are our enrollments at the high school. Hard to say the number of classes and teachers because everybody has a different schedule at the high school. I wanted to address some of the ESSER staffing adjustments. So throughout the ESSER funding period, Beverly Public Schools maximized the opportunity to enhance student support by investing in additional staffing and resources. In certain instances, we successfully integrated this funding into our allocated budget. In the final year of ESSER, which is now FY20 going into FY25, several positions will no longer be funded, and these include 9 pre-K to 4, 4.2 middle school, and 1 district position, the elementary librarian. I wanted to give you a little explanation about some of those additional program adjustments, just so that you have that. I think I've shared this with school committee in my meeting a couple of weeks ago. Our elementary library services, though we're eliminating the district elementary librarian, all of our elementary students will continue to have consistent library visits. Our elementary librarian now is over 5 different buildings and spends 1 week every 5 weeks at each elementary school. So I did make sure that the principals got together and devised a plan so that we weren't interrupting the students' opportunity to access the titles in the library, to go and have some of the particular consistent visits that they've been having. They will review and procure new titles and displays. They'll recruit diverse authors and continue collaboration with PTO parents for our parent volunteers, booking checkouts and returns, and building staff will coordinate and train the volunteers. Another position that we looked at all of our positions and what kind of work was being done by each of them. We have invested heavily in our work with City Connects. It is a program that serves right now students in grades K through 10. And at this point, we are suggesting the elimination of an outreach counselor between the City Connects counselor that's there. We also have a new program that we just began last year where we have a director of restorative practices. So we believe that, we think that we can still maintain service and staff to outreach services for families, attendance initiatives, and community partnerships. And then finally, we had 2 teaching positions, one at so Reach and Beacon are very similar. They're therapeutic transitional programs. The Reach teacher at the middle school and the Beacon teacher at the high school. We're not eliminating these programs. These programs have support of a full school adjustment counselor that is assigned to that program. This is sort of some of the academic supports. The programs will continue to support students, and each program will continue to be staffed by a school adjustment counselor, and paraprofessional support would also be provided as needed. So those are some of the additional program adjustments that were suggested. These are the contractual obligations that we have for the district. We have put aside in reserve for negotiations $3,450,953. We know that we have a 6.5% increase for healthcare, and we know that we have at least $1 million worth of special education increases. So that's just kind of to show you what some of our contractual increases are before we even kind of dig into some of the work. This is what the budget lines turn out to be when you get to the bottom of all the numbers. $3,598,660 is what we are requesting, an estimated additional contribution from the city. That's not the whole contribution. $464,464 is where we sit right now, an incremental increase to Chapter 70. Our FY24 appropriated budget was $72,653,940, and our proposed FY25 budget is $76,717,064. I just want to also, this is another way to look at it, because the city contribution in its whole in FY24 was $58,109,459. Our Chapter 70 funding came in at $14,544,481 for a final budget of $72,653,940. The FY25 city contribution is proposed to be $61,708,119 with the Chapter 70, and that says the House weighs. I actually believe but the Senate came out with their number today and held at that 104 per person. So our estimated Chapter 70 money is $15,809,945 for $76,717,064. And I just wanted to point out, for if you're looking for percentages or trying to figure out what does that increase mean, the city's increased contribution of $3,598,660 would be a 6.19% rise in city contribution. That is much higher than we typically see and actually represents the largest increase in over 30 years. So just putting it in perspective as to what the numbers are and what they look like. And so finally, I guess we move on to public hearing and speakers.
Yes, and we are going to need to recess the public hearing just for a moment to open our curriculum instruction student life to take care of a couple of matters, and then we will adjourn that meeting as promptly as possible.
I'll make that motion.
Motion to recess from Ms. Bisnick, a second from Ms. Robinson. All those in favor? Okay, so very quickly, I will ask Dr. Mackenzie DeFranza to call to order.
Person that might need seats.
What's that?
If we can just swap out seats.
Oh, okay. Yes, as a reminder to our school committee members who are not on CISL, you'll just not participate for half a second. You might need to bang the gavel.
Why don't you sit
You don't
right
need to
here?
leave. Go ahead and talk.
And you will be
Because
in
we're not
charge
on
of
CISL.
all
Want to sit
So
closer
Dr.
to
Doug,
speak?
you can
To each other.
Hey, I'd like to call to order the meeting for CISL.
Again, please. Sorry.
Thank you, everyone.
If we could ask for quiet so that we can conduct a quick meeting.
Excuse me! We need to convene another meeting! So if you want to talk, I invite you to go out into the overflow room. Thank you.
We will call you back when the public hearing's in session. Thanks.
No, CISL has to start. CISL has to start.
Thank you.
And then we'll reconvene the public hearing.
When?
Isn't this a budget forum? A public budget forum? Yeah.
Yeah. Just to re-explain, we have recessed the public hearing. We have another meeting that was scheduled for 6:30 that we're going to take care of 2 urgent matters, and we're going to then adjourn that meeting, return to the public hearing.
People want to know, how long?
5 minutes. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, sure. Do you want to do the roll call, or do you want me to? Okay. Dr. Mackenzie DeFrancis called this meeting to order.
I'm going to pass the gavel to our president for our
Sure.
roll call. Thank you.
Sure. Present for the Curriculum Instruction and Student Life meeting this evening, Dr. Ken Mackenzie DeFranza, Rachel Abel, Karen Robinson. We're also joined by Dr. Dorothy Flaherty, Kate Twombly. Dr. Chirocek is still present. We have our citizen/resident representative, Ryan Redmond, joining us remotely. Thank you so much for being here this evening. Sorry to make you wait just a few moments. Our other resident representatives are not available, and we anticipated. Oh, there you are. Okay, Katie Kraft, our resident representative, has joined us at the end of the table. Thank you so much. And our students have not joined us, so the floor is yours again.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Abel. I would like to ask Karen Robinson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Please be advised the same instructions apply from our previous meeting. We are authorized to conduct the meeting in this fashion. We're going to abbreviate our meeting, but I would like us to make sure that we approve the minutes from our previous meetings that were not yet approved. And so I'd like a motion to approve our minutes from March 13th, 2024.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Second. Are there any edits or corrections to those minutes?
No.
Okay.
And where we have one remote participant, I'm going to call the roll real quickly. Dr. Mackenzie DeFranza.
Here.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Abel, yes. Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Flaherty doesn't vote. Katie Kraft?
Yes.
And Ryan Redmond?
Yes.
Okay.
And Kate, do you vote? I can't remember. Yes,
Yes.
Kate Twombly. Okay, so that's 6-0.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we need to approve the meeting minutes from April 10th, 2024. Do I have a motion to do that?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote since we have a remote participant.
Yep, and just looking, any edits, corrections? No. Okay, Dr. Mackenzie DeFranza?
Yes.
Ms. Abel, yes. Ms. Robinson?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Twombly?
Yes.
Ms. Kraft?
Yes.
And Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you for that. And I believe we have one presentation that should be fairly short. I want to call on Dr. Flaherty.
Thank you. As you know, in May at the CISL meeting, we tried to take a few minutes to just acknowledge all of the appreciation days that predominantly happen between April and May. Some of them are earlier in the year. And so I would like to just take a moment to really show all of the different groups that we do appreciate and we have deep gratitude for, and it really shows that it's a team. You know, they say it takes a village, and this shows you that so many people have an important part of the work that we do to support the learning of our students and the connections with our families every day. This week happens to be, and one of the reasons we picked the CISL meeting to do it each year is Teacher Appreciation and National Nurses Week. But in the past few weeks, it was National Principal Day. We had Administrative Professional Day. We had our School Bus Driver Appreciation Day, National Custodian Appreciation Day, our assistant principals, and we add in our curriculum directors with that because they don't have a special day on their own. School Lunch Hero Day was last week, and we have our Paraprofessional Day. When we talk about Teacher Appreciation Week, we mean everybody that's in our Unit A group, that a lot of times our counselors and our school social workers and all of some of the support people that we have, school psychologists, they don't have their own day. So we do have a list of all educational days that are in there, and that does include some of our counseling days. But really, it is just to show you that it takes everybody, and without one part of the circle, then we wouldn't be able to be as successful as we are, and we're very appreciative of all the work everybody does.
Thank you for that reflection. If I might, may I make a motion to table the rest of our agenda?
So moved.
Second.
That works. Okay, we'll say Dr. McKenzie and Ms. Robinson. And quickly call the roll. That would be Dr. McKenzie, DeFranza.
Yes.
Ms. Abel, yes. Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
Kate Twombly.
Yes.
Katie Kraft.
Yes.
Ryan Redmond, 6-0. And next, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the CISL meeting, moving everything that was on our agenda to June.
Second.
Thank you. And the roll, Dr. McKenzie DeFranza.
Yes.
Ms. Abel, yes. Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
Ms. Twombly.
Yes.
Ms. Kraft.
Yes.
Mr. Redmond.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We're adjourned.
Yeah, I think so.
I will call back to order our public hearing. Around the 7:30 hour, I have to do that really quickly because we actually need to approve curriculum that must be purchased now. So we're going to do another 2-minute meeting at the 7:30-ish. But I want to let people know who will be our speaker and who the next two are on deck, because I understand some people are in another room and might need to work their way up to the front. We were collecting interested names through our resident voice email address in advance as well. We had sign-up sheets, and I think we still continue to have sign-up sheets available. As I mentioned at the start, we will endeavor to get to everyone that's here in person today. I also have some written remarks that we will endeavor to read into the record. If we run out of time because of the lateness and the reasonableness of this building and its lighting, we would then have to schedule a second evening of public hearing. So our first up is Barb Fecto. On deck is Laura Brosnan, and then Kate Umili. And just as a reminder, we'll start the timer once you give us your name and address for the record. The remarks need to be limited to 3 minutes for fairness to everyone. And Mr. Manzo will give you an indication as that 3 minutes is drawing to a close. We ask you kindly to close out your remarks. Thank you.
I'm a professional. I can read fast. My name is Barb Fecto. I live at 341 Cabot Street. I'm speaking to you as a longtime Beverly resident, as a senior visiting instructor in the library program at the Graduate School of Education at Salem State, as the president of the Mass School Library Association, but most importantly, as a Beverly High School librarian who sees the impact of the lack of reading culture in Beverly schools every day. I'm here to speak to you about the unconscionable plan to gut the elementary school library program. In the past few years, I've watched with pride as Beverly has taken strides to make schools more equitable. Fully funded and staffed school libraries are an excellent indicator of student success, but more importantly, they are an equity issue. Beverly has been incredibly lucky to have Laura Brosnan in the elementary libraries for the past 2 years. If you look at circulation numbers in different elementary schools when the money allocated for librarians in the budget was used for something else and the libraries remained unstaffed, you can see that there is no consistency between the schools. You can even chart when there's an extremely effective parent volunteer running things. Ayers had someone in the years before COVID who was amazing and raised their statistics every year, and you can see the devastating drop that occurred when that parent's kid moved on to middle school. Last year, these numbers began to rise at all schools, and this year, Laura's work has resulted in higher numbers in all schools, nearly equally distributed. And this is while she was rebuilding deeply neglected collections and having to navigate 5 very different schools with minimal support from administration who likely couldn't remember what it was like to have a functioning library in their building. My 2 children were in elementary and middle school the last time Beverly turned its back on literacy and defunded elementary libraries. And honestly, it didn't harm them that much because they had a parent who is a librarian, understands the roles of libraries, and they lived within walking distance of the public library. But for students whose parents don't have the time or inclination to read to them or take them to the library, or for newcomers who aren't even aware of what libraries can provide, the library experience will be minimal at best. And I don't mean to slight parent volunteers. Alex and I both began our school library careers as volunteers at the Hannah School, and I know that elementary library volunteers are incredibly helpful in the tasks that keep libraries running smoothly, particularly when they are understaffed by having only one person do the job that 5 people should be doing. However, it is deeply insulting to be told that the job that I have studied and worked to achieve, that I've spent my career practicing and that I train others to do, can be accomplished by an unqualified, untrained person for no pay, and it is insulting to everyone in the Beverly schools. Parents should not be expected, nor are they capable of doing the job of a professional educator with a master's degree. Building coaches should not be expected to train these parents when they have no background in the work. Teachers should not be expected to pick up the slack of teaching our students digital and information literacy on top of their already full workload. And most importantly, students should not be expected to go without a staffed and funded library program that has been proven over and over to improve their educational experience and instill in them an understanding of the importance of reading. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say this, and please do better.
Thank you, Ms. Bechto. We'll now hear from Laura Brosnan. Next on deck is Katie Umili and Paula Borsetti on deck. Again, name and address for the record, and in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. So I'm Laura Brosnan, resident of 7 Giddings Avenue in Beverly, proud parent of a kindergartner at Hannah, and the elementary school librarian whose position is slated to be eliminated next fiscal year. I use she, her pronouns. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. When I began working for Beverly Public Schools almost 2 years ago, coming from public libraries, one of the elementary school principals warned me to keep my expectations low. I heard from several new colleagues that it had been years since they could find books in the libraries. I had a bit of a chaos web of my own to untangle, so I got started. Together with an unbelievably dedicated fleet of volunteers, I've made great strides, of which I'm so proud. Those volunteers supported their children's class library visits, checking books in and out and reshelving them, but did so much more than that. They solicited book donations, donated books of their own, made signage, and assisted with creating displays, tidied the space, and read to classes, all of which freed me up to work behind the scenes on acquiring databases from the Massachusetts library system, which we have access to only because of the presence of a certified librarian, cataloging and processing books, economizing supply orders, configuring the catalog, writing grants, and selecting books for class read-alouds and for purchase for the libraries. And most importantly, working towards a more equitable library experience for all students across the city. I want to offer my sincere thanks to all of those volunteers tonight for their ideas and their energy and their labor. Together, we've laid the foundation of an elementary library program, one now ready to expand with a curriculum to support digital literacy, inquiry skills, evaluation of sources, and more. That foundation will be diminished in the absence of a professional librarian. We don't need libraries instead of City Connects. We need City Connects and libraries. Beverly's students deserve school libraries where professional librarians connect children with books and information skills, and City Connects counselors who connect them with needed programs and services, and fair compensation and paid parental leave for its staff, too. I have high expectations for Beverly, after all. And if you'd like to see the research, the data that connects the presence of school librarians with higher academic achievement, great. My colleagues, Alex and Barb, will share some evidence tonight, and it would be my pleasure to host you in one of the elementary school libraries at any time in the coming few weeks, where I can show you around, and together we can retrieve and review the data. In conclusion, I'd like to offer each of you a copy of the book, The Library, written by the poet Nikki Giovanni and illustrated by... And just to read a very short portion, I know I'm out of time, but a library is a place to be free, a place to be in space, to be a cook, to be a crook, to be in love,
Thank you so much.
to be unhappy, to be quick and smart, to be contained and cautious, to surf the rainbow, to sail the dreams, to be blue, to be jazz, to be wonderful, to be you, a place to be, yeah, to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the support. We do have about 78 more people signed up, and please be really respectful of the time, because 3 minutes goes by a little bit more quickly than you might realize, and we really want to get to as many people who have participated. We have Katie Umili, then Paula Borsetti, then Christy Titus on deck. Is Katie?
It's hard to hear. Could you say those names a little louder?
Sure. Katie Umili.
Katie Humilli?
Umile. Umili.
U-M-I-L-1? I-L-E.
If not, we'll move. Okay, we'll move right along. Paula Borsetti, and then we'll have Christy and Rachel Blinderman on deck.
Paula Borsetti?
I'm Paula Borsetti, 10 Locust Street, Beverly, Mass. I'm a lifelong resident of Beverly, a graduate of BHS. My daughter was educated in the schools. My grandson's a student. I'm a parent of a Beverly teacher and have many friends and teachers who are teachers and paras here. And I was a Beverly High School art teacher for 26 years. I'm here to advocate for our educators. We all want the best for our students. Every teacher and para I have ever known has done everything in their power to do the best by our students. But we know the challenges continue to grow. So as a caregiver now, I want the stress and strain I see my child face in the classroom to be eased. I don't want my daughter or any other educator to face the financial burden in order to continue their education and keep their teaching licenses current, or have to worry about having sick time to care for their children, guardians, or parents. It's expensive to be a teacher. Our educators are required to constantly be updating their education as it should be, but we all know that educators are not always compensated for that level of education. As a city, we should want the best and brightest to be teaching our students, like the educators that we currently have. But we'll lose them to other districts if we don't compensate them and treat them like the professionals they are. Today, the cost of a graduate credit at Salem State is about $451. A 3-credit course is about $1,400, the bulk of which is paid out of pocket. If you can manage 9 graduate credits a year, it will take you 6.66 years to reach Master's 60. for a cost of approximately $28,000 to $30,000 at today's prices. When you reach that column as a teacher, you'll have to work about 3 or 4 years to pay off the cost of your education before the increase kicks in. That's a long road to reach for salary increase. When you're teaching full-time, raising a family, maybe have a second job for childcare, and you give your all to your students, and then find the energy to give it to your own families. It should not be a struggle to be an educator. We love our students, and we should be compensated and respected for the calling. I implore you to recognize the quality of the educators you have before you. They're real people who care intensely for our students. They work hard for Beverly and deserve to be acknowledged for all they do and the compensation that goes along with it. They deserve equal rights to family medical leave and to be able to adequately care for their families. I urge you to look to the professionals you have before you. They can help solve the problems. They are professionals in the classroom. Let them do what they're trained to do and do our best to keep them here and attract other qualified educators to our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barsetti. Next, we recognize Christy Titus. We have Rachel Blinderman and Drew Redmond on deck.
Christy Titus, 17 Clifton Avenue. I've been a para at Centerville School for the past 9 years. Several years ago, I had a brief conversation with Mayor Cahill during one of our assemblies in our gym. He asked me what position I held. My response to that was, "Oh, I'm just a para." He responded with, "Never say you are just a para. That is an important role." I reflected on my response after that conversation and wondered why I did say I was just. The truth is, that is how I feel. To be honest, we don't make much money, and it seems as though, for PD days, there are many times we feel like an afterthought. Today, I'm here to tell you I am more than a para. I am not only a support for my students, but a therapist, substitute teacher, nurse, and referee. I am an important part of my school community, and quite frankly, without myself or the other paras, a school day could not function. My wish is to not feel like a just or an afterthought, but to feel respected and be treated like the professional I am. To me, what that would look like is to not be pulled for meetings and absentees so I can work with the students I support, to figure out how to attract substitutes so we can be in classrooms. I want to be treated like a professional on PD days and receive training that is not only thought out, but of true value to the grade levels we work with. Lastly, adequate compensation that reflects the job I pour my heart and soul into each and every day. I ask that you please fully fund the budget so that myself and the other paras can do the job we were hired to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Titus, and thank you for tying it into the FY25 budget, which is the purpose of our public hearing. Thank you. And this is
Rachel Blinderman.
Rachel Blinderman. On deck, we have Drew Redmond and Christine Meza.
What was the next name after?
Christine Meza.
I'm Rachel Blinderman. I live at 100 Sawyer Road. I've worked in Beverly Public Schools for the past 18 years as an adjustment counselor. Currently, I work at the high school where I'm the adjustment counselor in the Beacon program. For those of you that might not be familiar with the Beacon program, it's a short-term intervention ideally designed with 2 staff members, an academic teacher and school adjustment counselor. This program is designed to help students return to school from a prolonged absence for reasons such as mental health, hospitalizations, medical reasons, school avoidance, and/or other circumstances. For students who have been out of school, re-entry can be extremely overwhelming. The academic teacher in the Beacon program plays a critical role in successfully transitioning students back to Beverly High School. Sadly, the proposed budget for next year eliminates the full-time teacher position in the Beacon program. Every student that returns to school needs support from our academic teacher. The academic teacher is responsible for communication with classroom teachers, creating an academic plan for students, reteaching classroom content, organization, completing work, and most importantly, helping students feel confident when returning to the classroom. Of the 40 referrals to the Beacon program this school year alone, 100% of the students have required academic support when re-entering school. Of those 40 students, 47 of them are on an IEP. and require academic support from a licensed teacher. Additionally, the Beacon program directly supports and aligns with the district improvement plan that aims to combat chronic absenteeism. Over 50% of this year's referrals to the Beacon program were from students that fall into our chronic absenteeism group. The lack of academic instruction by a licensed educator will ultimately overburden the clinical support, thus compromising the integrity of the Beacon program. I'm speaking to you today to ask the questions. How is cutting the academic teacher position in the Beacon program working towards reducing chronic absenteeism? How is eliminating a teacher position in the Beacon program supportive of mental health and overall well-being of our students? I urge you to reconsider this proposed budget cut.
Hello, my name is Drew Redmond, and I live also at 100 Sawyer Road. I'm a 27-year veteran teacher serving 5 years in Ipswich and the last 22 here in Beverly. I grew up in Beverly and care about the people here and the success of this community. Behaviors and discipline have changed over my 27-year career. I teach electives, so I've had an unleveled student audience for all of it. I enjoy the diversity and the complexity of the personalities and learning styles. However, with class sizes increased from my start averaging 22 to now 28 to 30 in a classroom, navigating the needs of this many students is an incredible challenge. I have almost half my students on 504s or IEPs in those large classes. Without a paraprofessional to assist in the classroom, it's a challenge to meet the needs of 28 students. They have both emotional and academic needs. I have students that stop working if I am not next to them all of the time. A paraprofessional is the key to my class management and student academic and emotional success. Over the past few years, we have had a shortage of paras. The fact that they not get a living wage in Beverly is abhorrent and disrespectful to what they do to support our students and classroom teachers. They can go to a community minutes away and make more money for the same work. They also make less than the subs per diem whom they are pulled from my room to cover for. And before you say there's only a sub shortage due to excessive teacher absences, we addressed that falsity at our last negotiation meeting. The sub shortage is based on competitive pay and not teacher absences. Paras are an integral part of our classroom and student success. Please support them and pay them a living wage so we can produce successful, supported, and emotionally strong students of Beverly Public Schools.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to get a few more people on deck. So we have Christine Meza, Drew Richards, and then Julia Brotherton.
Hello, I'm Christine Messer. I live at 40 New Balch Street. Good evening, Beverly School Committee members, parents, families, my much appreciated teaching colleagues, and to those of you who taught my own children, I begin with a sincere thank you. Tonight, I speak to you from the perspective of a teacher and as a parent who is truly grateful for the education my family received and is still receiving here in Panther Nation. Gathering my thoughts to speak tonight left me initially speechless, and if you know me, you know that is unusual. But when reflecting on our situation as educators here in Beverly, I'm left with very strong, frustrated feelings. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so shaky. After attempting to write down my words and staring at that blank screen, I thought I'd start with a definition of a teacher, so I Googled it and realized nowhere on the World Wide Web was there really a true definition of a teacher. The start of my teaching career began at Centerville in second grade 25 years ago, and I'm still there. It's mind-boggling to think that no one, including myself, had thought to truly redefine the role of a teacher, as the profession is drastically different than when I began my career. Many years ago, I was asked to speak on behalf of Centerville teachers about what we were proud of as a school at a school committee meeting, much like this. And the theme of that speech evolved into whatever it takes. The message being, we will do whatever it takes for our students and for our school community. After thinking long and hard, I realized my theme tonight is the same. Our educators do whatever it takes for the children of Beverly. We educate, we mentor, we counsel, we mediate, we create curriculum, plan lessons, learn new technology. We are behavioral consultants, protectors, crowd controllers, nurses, and sometimes even security guards. Hence why I know the definition of a teacher has changed. We are the epitome of multitaskers. We do whatever it takes to educate our Beverly children. We arrive at school early and we leave late at the end of the day, and we bring our worries for our children home. So my question to you is this. Despite all of that, why do we not feel like we're treated like professionals? Why are our teachers currently being paid a significant amount less than our neighboring Danvers teachers? Why do many of us need to work additional jobs to make ends meet? Why are we not entitled to 12 weeks of paid parental leave as others are across the Commonwealth? Just saying, I don't want maternity leave, I'm not having a baby. Why are we required to provide a doctor's note when we're sick or after a long holiday? My doctor thought I was actually joking when I asked for a note. Why do we only get 2 personal days, and why are we as dedicated teachers not able to save them for personal situations that may arise in our future? Life happens. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So your kids may be graduating from high school, college, or maybe the military. Last year when my son graduated from the United States Air Force, I needed to take a day unpaid, and I kind of thought that was terrible. Are other people in the adult working world asked for doctor's notes, told they need to ask for permission? We work with children, and just because we work with children does not mean we should feel like we're treated like children. You're taking my time. We should feel trusted, and we should be trusted. Oh God, so please do whatever it takes. I just cut out a lot, but do whatever it takes to support your teachers, your educators, and for those of us that are here tonight, just that spend hours with your children. We want to work together with you. Don't make us feel like we're working against each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meza. We have Drew Richard, then Julia Brotherton, then Alex Wozniak on deck.
It is Drew Richard.
Richard.
It is 2 Drews in the room, I have to explain. I'm the mother, and I'm actually not a teacher. I'm actually a 39 Taft Avenue, and I've been there for 50 years as a homeowner. I've actually had grandchildren. My children go through the Beverly High school system, and my daughter, who's teaching for 22 years. I come from corporate America as a upper management, but when I retired, I said this would be a good fit for me. I'm going to substitute at Beverly High School. I figured I had it made. I was a trainer, so I could get up in front of 25 to 30 students without a bump. Well, I was wrong. I entered Beverly High School, and it was an experience of my life. I figured it would come natural to control 25 to 30 students. Easy. It was unrealistic. I did not have a para. I did not even know what that was. And it was very difficult to control attendance, to control bathrooms. It was difficult to manage just giving out the curriculum. I was not expected to teach. After spending several days with 25 to 30 students, it became quite obvious to me that the model of teachers teaching, paras assisting, students would benefit from that model. My best days at Beverly High School were, and the most rewarding, were substituting for the paras within the Accomplished program. I was selected to do so and quite flattered. Some of these students within this program need to be walked into the school, they need to be walked out of the school, they need to be diapered, they need to be fed. Some of them need one-on-one because they have seizures throughout the day. Some need guidance on how to navigate the day on a daily basis. And the paras that work within this program, I have to honestly say, should be tiered. They are angels. The day for them is endless. They have few breaks. They have a limited lunch period, and their dedication is beyond commendable. I believe one never stops learning, and I learned a lot at Beverly High School, even about my own daughter. Teachers are angels. They work tirelessly. They work beyond the business day, and I managed 57 people in the corporate environment. These professionals work as hard, if not harder, than people in the corporate environment. They need to be valued. They need to be respected, as other employees are in industries, and they deserve a competitive wage. As a citizen, and I look at you, Mayor Cahill, and respectful of everything that's gone on in Beverly and all the strategic planning, 15 seconds, I'll get it in. Planning our roads, bridges, the brick and mortar downtown, it looks beautiful. But it's time we all concentrate and value our most precious commodity, the educators, our paraprofessionals, or we will lose them to other communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Julia
After
Brotherton, 78 Water Street, President of the Beverly Teachers Association. This is not the time to be cutting staff positions. Beverly's educators are still bearing the heavy burden of post-COVID learning loss and of challenging student behaviors. The last thing we need right now is fewer staff members to bear that burden. The school committee needs to step up and send a robust budget to the mayor and city council that reflects these realities. Furthermore, the reserved for negotiations line item in next year's budget isn't large enough to get teachers to the competitive salaries we need. As I'm sure you're aware, Beverly's teachers are among the lowest paid in the North Shore, and as a result, we're both losing staff members and unable to compete with neighboring districts when hiring new staff. In addition, the wages the district currently pays our paraprofessionals is an embarrassment, an antiquated holdover from the blatant sexism of the 1960s, when these jobs were viewed as pin money positions. As you have heard and will, I'm sure, hear more tonight, our paraprofessionals' jobs have become increasingly challenging over the years. It shouldn't be a surprise that given the woefully inadequate wages these folks currently earn, the district can't find enough people to fill all needed paraprofessional positions. It's long past time to pay our paraprofessionals a living wage. And then there's inflation. We all know that costs have risen over the past 3 years, and it's time for the city of Beverly to stop expecting that its employers will accept pay increases that don't keep up with that reality. When the cost of fuel to heat our schools goes up, the district pays that cost. When the cost of educating our out-of-district high-needs special education students goes up, the district pays that cost. When the cost of curriculum materials goes up, the district pays that cost. Every one of our members is faced with similar financial challenges at home, yet our pay has not increased enough to reflect that fact. The city should not be balancing its budget on the backs of our hardworking educators. Equally disturbing is the cutting of a number of student-facing positions. For example, the district's one elementary librarian. Over the past 3 years, the district has used ESSER funds to almost double the number of administrative positions, many of which are non-student facing. Somehow it's been possible to move almost all of those positions into the regular budget, but now we're told it's not possible to keep our one elementary librarian. We're all here tonight to urge the school committee to do the right thing and show that it genuinely cares about what's best for students by sending a budget to the city council that truly reflects the realities of public education in Beverly in 2024. Thank you.
And Ms. Wozniak, just before you start, I want to just put on deck Joanna Sieber, Nancy Egan Tricomi. Oh, I think maybe you're signed up twice. And Megan Walsh. Thanks.
My name is Alex Wozniak. I live at 5 Hawthorne Street in Beverly. I have lived here since 2001, and my daughter attended Beverly Schools K-12. I've been the middle school librarian in Beverly, first at Briscoe and now here since 2005. Thank you for allowing me to address the school committee this evening. While the proposed budget notes a number of positions to be eliminated that I am very concerned about, I would like to particularly draw your attention to the cut of the one library media specialist that is shared by our 5 elementary schools. Some suggest the need for librarians has declined in recent years because of the greater availability of a wide range of information. I would argue that this actually increases the need for school librarians, trained professionals who can save classroom teachers time in locating necessary curricular materials, can teach students skills in evaluating and using information correctly, productively, and ethically. This is why the Boston Public Schools launched a plan in recent years to work toward professionally staffed and stocked libraries available to every student. By the way, this is largely due to the work of the district's former Director of Library Services and former Beverly Schools librarian in resident, Deborah Froggatt. I love interacting with and supporting everyone in the school community, every grade level and department, every learning program for students, staff, and families. We are one of the very few in a building whose job it is to serve everyone. Every child should feel they belong in the library, where they see reflections of their own life and can open doors to a world beyond their own home, school, and city. But school libraries, librarians, and libraries aren't just here to make everybody feel valued. More than 50 years of research across more than 60 studies show that students with access to well-resourced school libraries with professional certified librarians, not parent volunteers only, consistently perform better academically and score higher on standardized assessments. When my adult child began kindergarten, Beverly had librarians in every elementary school, full-time librarians in every elementary school, one in each of 2 middle schools. We have one now for the same number of students, and the high school had both a librarian and a dedicated paraprofessional. For 10 years, we did not have any librarians at the elementary level, so it was a cause for real celebration when even one position was funded again for our youngest students beginning in September 2022. Their libraries had not had any professional oversight in 10 years. We were so fortunate to hire Laura Brosnan, who has put a tremendous amount of hard work, dogged persistence, and creativity into the job to take all that she has accomplished in reestablishing a library program with just a 0.2 position allocated to each elementary building over these past 2 years and eliminate that position now is disheartening, discouraging, and disconcerting. To realize a return on the past 2 years' investment, we must continue to fund this position and to equitably fund the necessary materials and books for our children.
Thank you, Ms. Wozniak. Couldn't keep track, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Joanna Sieber. My address is 78 Water Street, and I'm an educator at Beverly High School. I'm here tonight to share my experience in the Beverly Public Schools and stress the importance of fully funding our educational system. I have taught for the Beverly school system for the past 11 years and have interacted with thousands of students, given birth to 2 of my own children, grown both personally and professionally, welcomed and said goodbye to dozens of colleagues, negotiated several contracts, a few over Zoom, and this is the first time I've stood before you or sat before you with my colleagues and stakeholders in the community to implore you to work with us to ensure Beverly Public Schools gets the funding they deserve. As educators, as you've heard, we wear many different hats, including coach, referee, nurse, therapist, mentor, counselor, tutor, janitor, cheerleader, and stand-in parent, just to name a few. So many of us devote our own money and time to ensure students have what they need to be successful. Many educators in Beverly have to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet and can't even afford to live in the town they dedicate their careers to. The town and school committee say they want what's best for the students in Beverly. However, they claim there's limited money and resources available to do just that. I grew up in Beverly and have seen the city change significantly over the past 35 years. I've seen new developments, many of which have brought more families to the district, as well as initiatives and projects proposed. I've listened to the mayor speak on our first day about his budget and healthy reserves, yet prioritizing the updates our schools require and paying our educators a living wage is never the narrative. I am left confused and frustrated that we are forced to waste precious time and energy to beg for a budget that not only equips our schools with the tools, equipment, healthy conditions, and quality educators our students deserve, but also makes us competitive to surrounding districts. I've had firsthand experience in my own department of being underfunded and struggling to purchase food and equipment necessary to meet the needs of my expanding program. Based on the evidence presented, a healthy, growing district that possesses the resources and fails to use them effectively, I ask that you pass a budget that addresses the crucial needs of Beverly Public Schools. It is time to demand that the health, safety, and education of our students are our town's top priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sieber. So we have Nancy Egan Tricomi, Megan Walsh. We have a couple of emails that I'm going to hold, and after that, we have Stephanie Schreier and Caitlin Tricomi.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Egan Tricomi. I live at 25 Whitney Ave, Beverly. I'm an educator at Centerville. I'd like to speak to the committee about my experience as a paraprofessional in the Beverly schools and why we need fully funded schools. I support a healthy and safe environment for all, and with my fellow paraprofessionals, we form an integral part of that class support. We're committed to give the students the support they need in a classroom environment. However, it's also important that we receive a fair living wage. We ask the committee to recognize this issue, ensuring the well-being of our schools, is supported along with a better future for staff and students. It's time to address the health, the safety, and education of our students, as they are our city's top priority. So I ask the school committee that you pass a budget that addresses the needs in Beverly Public Schools. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Ms. Egan Tricomi.
Good evening. My name is Megan Walsh. I live here in Beverly, and I am the parent of 2 children in 8th and 10th grade. I'm also a teacher in the district. I currently work at the Beverly Middle School, where I'm a language-based program reading specialist. This is my 24th year in public education, and my 20th year of teaching, managing, consulting to, or overseeing public school language-based programs. As you know, this position, which I currently hold, is drafted to be cut in the budget proposal. Tonight, you will hear and have already heard many statements about class size, teacher salaries, and teaching conditions. I agree with the points made by my fellow colleagues and constituents. Where they and I differ, though, is that I also believe when not behind your podiums, you actually agree with their statements, and that you also see the faults in this budget proposal. I believe that you do not truly desire to be leaders of a school district with the lowest paid teachers in the area, that you do not actually want to be known as a city with oversized and understaffed classrooms, and that you do not actually believe in the outdated approach of eliminating teacher positions as a way to solve the ever-changing needs of the district. I believe that you think you don't have a choice. But what I want you to know is that you do have choices, and that just as teachers have to reinvent our teaching practices to adapt to the changing needs and dynamics of students, and just as we must redirect our focus every time a new initiative, student, curriculum, or schedule is presented to us, you as our school leaders need to revisit your approach to this budget. You need to adjust your focus. You need to look to other city resources and make the choice to develop a budget that works equitably for the entire district. And if cuts need to be made, then those cuts must be equally distributed across classrooms and administration. Choosing to do anything less determines what and who you truly prioritize in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Next, we have Stephanie Schreier, Caitlin Tricomi, Casey Fiore, and Cindy Tamilio.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Schreier, and I live at 2 Duck Pond Road in Beverly. I'm in my 9th year of teaching English at BHS, a lifelong resident, a former K-12 BPS student, married to Kevin the Crossing Guard, and a parent of a McEwen preschooler who is eagerly awaiting kindergarten this fall. Needless to say, I'm pretty invested in this district. The potential elimination of our district's sole elementary school librarian struck me deeply. I was shocked to learn that we only have one for 1,700 students across 5 schools, and I was outraged that this vital role may be completely removed from our educational landscape. After all, can we truly consider ourselves a district that prioritizes literacy and social emotional learning without a certified professional trained to do just that? Upon hearing this, memories of my own library days at Ayers and McEwen from the early 2000s flooded back with vivid clarity. There was a certain magic in perusing the shelves, knowing that if I couldn't decide on a book for silent sustained reading, Miss Ozarico or Miss Babb were there to offer recommendations. Without their influence, my peers and I might never have found treasures like Flipped, Magic Treehouse, Amelia Bedelia, or writers such as Shel Silverstein and Patricia Polacco, who hold a special place in our hearts even to this day. If the fates were on your side, you might even secure a coveted copy of a newly released Harry Potter book. Getting tailor-made recommendations to our interests made us feel understood and validated. Back then, weekly library visits were a part of the school schedule for all elementary schoolers. Our developing minds absorbed a fundamental lesson. The discovery of a beloved book holds as much significance as anything else we could learn in school. Sure, maybe these memories are steeped in nostalgia as a 31-year-old who occasionally wishes for simpler times, but they also carry profound significance and urgency as we contemplate a decision that impacts the future of our children's educational journey. I don't want this culture of reading for my daughter and her peers. It's something they fundamentally deserve. The world has changed a lot since early 2000s, which is precisely why we need librarians more than ever. We're quick to hand students devices, but are we doing enough to help our students use those resources responsibly? Librarians arm students with priceless digital literacy skills to face the dizzying labyrinth of technology that even adults struggle to navigate safely. They help students foster critical thinking skills to discern between credible sources and misinformation, profoundly impacting a student's mental health, self-perception, and worldview. They are crucial for students and faculty alike. Believe me, I can't tell you how many times a frantic teacher has darted to the front desk to ask me, "Where's Barb?" during my library duty. Barb swoops in, works her magic, and voila, lesson saved. Many of my unit plans wouldn't be the same without her expertise. In essence, the role of librarians transcends mere organizers of books or avid readers. They're confidants, mentors, and above all, trained professionals with advanced degrees in this field who are essential to students, staff, and the community. To lose one is to lose too much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take one more, and then we're going to have a very brief recess just to make some approvals in our regular school committee meeting that was posted for 7:30. So Caitlin Tricomi and then Casey Fiore.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Tricomi. I live at 25 Whitney Avenue, and I'm a graduate of the Beverly Public School System. After graduating high school, I went on to receive a bachelor's degree in public health. I support healthy schools for all, and I'm especially concerned about the conditions of our schools that do not contribute to creating a healthy environment. I'm here to talk about my concerns as a public health professional, about the importance of controlling mold exposure in our schools and paid parental leave. Mold exposure is a concern for people of all ages, but especially those who are immunocompromised, have allergies and asthma, and children are especially vulnerable. Children exposed to mold due to moist, non-ventilated classroom environments may have nasal congestion, frequent colds, skin rashes, and persistent headaches. Mold exposure over a period of time can compromise the immune system, making students and teachers more susceptible to infections. To maintain a healthy and safe learning environment, we need to manage humidity levels and ensure adequate ventilation to prevent mold growth in our schools. In addition, I'm here to advocate for paid parental leave to support educators and their families. Everyone deserves to take paid family leave to take care of your families, especially when our paraprofessionals, teachers, and more care for our community's children every day. Paid parental leave can reduce financial stress, allow parents to bond with their children, and increase gender inequality when all parents are able to take leave for their children. According to the American Psychological Association, paid leave can help parents briefly shift their focus from earning income to bonding with their child and adapting to the demands of parenting. Our educators' new contract needs to remedy the severe inequities in compensation and leave benefits. I ask that you pass a budget that addresses the health, safety, and education needs of our students and educators as the city's top priority. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for a motion from the committee to take a brief recess of our public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Mayor Cahill and Ms. Coelho, those are the voices I heard. All those in favor? Okay, 7-0. Hope it's even shorter. Okay, so for our regular school committee meeting, we had the meeting records that I'd just like to get approved. Is there? Oh, call to order this regular school committee. It's May 8th. Okay. I also had a student report, but I'm going to hold that as well. So approving our meeting records from the 10th of April.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Oh, I saw Dr. Silva. Were there any edits or corrections to the meeting records? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, 7-0. And then, Dr. Churchek, I believe we have a recommendation from the Curriculum Instruction and Student Life for the Foreign Language Program. We are looking for a motion this evening to recommend the approval of the foreign language curriculum resources that were presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Bisnick.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I believe those were presented at our CISL meeting. We all had an opportunity to hear about that. Were there any last questions before I call the vote to approve the recommended curriculum? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you. And I think there was actually one other item that we should address for finance and facilities. We had a request for the Ayers Playground to be named for Bob King, our custodian at Ayers. That was presented to finance and facilities. We brought it forward for a first mention at this meeting, and now the number of days have passed. Is there a motion to approve the naming of the Ayers Playground?
Motion to approve.
For Bob King.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Silva. Thank you, Ms. Visnick. Any further discussion that we wanted to have? Ms. Coelho?
I couldn't find the draft minutes earlier when I was at work because I had so many emails. I do need to make a correction. I need to abstain from voting on the minutes because I was not in attendance for that meeting.
I will mark you as abstained. Thank you. Were there any questions or comments about the naming of the Ayers Playground? Okay, all those in favor? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Churchek, was there anything else urgent that we that we can't hold? I'm going to recess the regular school committee meeting. Just wanted to make sure everyone had that information. We're going to recess that because there is an executive session posted for the end. So motion to recess regular school committee.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Visnick. Thank you, Dr. Mackenzie DeFranza. Okay. And that is 7:36. We we need to vote to recess. Oh, all those in favor of recess? Yes, we love recess. Okay. 7-0, thanks. Okay, let's get back to our public hearing. I'll call back to order our public hearing. It's May 8th, 2024. On deck, we have Mr. Fiore. Actually, he's up next. Cindy Tamilio, Jessica McKay. Oh, that's an email, sorry. I'll hold that one. Elaine Volukas.
Could be a little louder. Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Yeah. So, Mr. Fiore, you're up. And on deck, Cindy Tamilio, Elaine Volukas, Paul Drake, and Amanda's email, Matt Bond.
Thank you so much. I'm Casey Fiore. I am a civics teacher here in the Beverly Middle School. I live at 502 Cabot. And I would love to take a minute just to talk to you guys a little bit about my experiences in the past year as I became a new father, actually. And one of the things that I needed to do was take some time off to spend with my baby girl, which was incredibly exciting, and I wouldn't trade a single moment of it for anything. However, as I am relatively new to the district, I did not have really any sick time banked, which means I did not get any paid paternal leave. So I took 2 months unpaid leave. Like I said, I would not trade it for the world. However, I would have loved to be able to take that time without now having to worry about bills, and I am in a variety of different ways. I am going to be starting a master's program in the coming summer, and I'm going to be paying a good amount to study and increase my knowledge to make myself a better teacher for this district. I am already in over $35,000 remaining in student debt from my undergrad. That's not going away anytime soon. I now have a baby girl, I have a mortgage, and I think the broader problem that I kind of want to address here is that the budget that's been proposed doesn't do anything to really address I would consider it to be very inadequate current status of our paid family leave. So with that in mind, I wanted to just point out some of the things that I think could have ameliorated this problem. First and foremost, I think that everyone in the building here did an absolutely incredible job trying to help out and cover for my leave. Everybody was incredibly encouraging and supportive of my decision to take time off. And our admin worked incredibly hard to make up for my leave. However, in the first place, my leave was chosen to have a building substitute cover. It was an incredibly popular teacher with our students who would have done an absolutely incredible job. However, he was on loan from the high school, which means at a certain point, the high school does take precedence in their need for him, and he was pulled in order to go back to the high school, which meant that our admin had to scramble to replace him, and ended up having to cycle a few different teachers through my classroom in order to make sure that my students were being educated on a regular basis. Our admin did everything they could to cover for this, going so far even at certain points to grade papers for my students, which again, I couldn't be more grateful for. But I think that this could have been very easily avoided if in fact we just paid substitutes a higher amount of money so that they would be more willing to come into these buildings. I think a lot could be done if we created a higher budget in order to make sure these people were encouraged to come into our buildings and to work for our students in a way that made it so the administration, the other teachers on my team, and everybody else in the building did not have to cover for an unfortunate situation where I wasn't being paid, the students were being neglected, and in the end, things were made right by the incredible efforts of the substitute teachers in the building and the administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, there we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cindy Tamilio, and I live at 18 Hathaway Avenue. I am currently a kindergarten teacher at the Cove Elementary School, as well as a lifelong resident of Beverly and a graduate of Beverly Public Schools. As a teacher, I am highly aware that I, along with my colleagues, have one of the most influential jobs in the country. We have the future of our city, state, country, and world in front of us every day. I've had the honor of being in this profession for over 20 years, but teaching is becoming increasingly stressful as we continue to navigate curriculum mandates, low compensation, especially compared to neighboring cities and towns, as well as the rising incidence of violence towards students and teachers in our schools, as reported in the National Center for Education Statistics. Sylvia Allegretto, an economist specializing in teacher compensation, public education, and labor markets, states, teacher pay has suffered a sharp decline compared with the pay of other college-educated workers. On average, teachers made 26.4% less than other similarly educated professionals in 2022, the lowest level since 1960. Our profession continues to experience a decline in real wages, which means that our wages have been growing at a slower rate than inflation. This is nothing new. They have been growing at a snail's pace for decades. What this also means is that many teachers have to work a second and sometimes third job just to make ends meet. Currently, the Labor Department reports that 5.3% of the workforce has multiple jobs. However, in Massachusetts, 17.8% of teachers report earning additional compensation from working in a job outside of the school system during the school year. The consequences are being felt. Low pay makes recruiting and retaining highly qualified teachers difficult. This downward trend in teacher pay must be reversed. Think about this for a moment. In 100 years, none of us will be here, but my actions, my fellow colleagues' actions, and your actions will have an effect for generations to come. We all hold education in high regard with a promise to educate. Here in Beverly, we all have to work together to make that promise a reality. Let's fund our schools appropriately, because a lack of the best and the brightest teachers entering the profession, leading our classrooms, and staying in the profession means we cannot equip our future workforce with the training they need to emerge as productive members and leaders in our society. The time is now for a better future for all of us. Thank you for your time.
Okay, that's a tough one to follow. My name is Elaine Valukas, 5 Linden Ave, and I'm a district occupational therapist, and I'm speaking in support of the therapists within the district. This is my 9th year working in Beverly, and I've had the pleasure of working with 2 occupational therapy assistants that I simply could not do my job without. We speak a lot about paras in this piece here, but there are other people, the assistants, therapists, that we also need to remember. These licensed professionals that I work with have been in Beverly for about 20 years. The duties that we as therapists in this district are accountable for are far-reaching beyond what we can get done within a school day. So I myself, on my caseload, have approximately 100 students within 3 schools. As a therapist in the district, we're responsible for doing all of the testing, report writing, developing IEPs if warranted, attending meetings, running meetings, and for speech therapists, including with that is adding direct services for our students. All of these timelines have to be legally kept, and services have to be legally delivered. We do not get subs when we're out. We need to figure this out amongst ourselves. We have legal obligations, and we have to figure this out for ourselves. So as you can imagine, we as therapists need our assistant therapists deeply. Each year, I have to beg my assistants that I work with, please don't leave me. Why? Because in the state of Massachusetts, they could be doing the same thing, their same role, for a median of $57,000 to $89,000. But here in Beverly, these therapy assistants, OT, speech, and PT, are making $49,000. They are capped at their 9th year, and some of them have been here for over 20. This year, we've had, I believe it's 5 or 6 speech therapists up and quit. They're all gone to other schools. What do the years of service of these therapists mean? Nothing. What does their experience mean? Nothing. What does the national and state licensure renewals mean? Nothing. These staff members have kids they're putting through college. One of them is losing her home, in fear of losing her home, and had to take on second jobs. But everyone chooses to stay because they love these kids. Every time I meet with the occupational therapists that I graduated with my program, they ask me, why do you still work in schools? You can make twice the money and do half the work. The median salary for an OT in Mass is between $98 and $120. And the mean salary here is indicated from the budget, and what you're giving back to the town is $65,000. So despite that, my answer will always be to them, I love these kids, just like all of my coworkers here do. And I know that you all feel the same way. So please, I urge you to do the right thing with this budget, and please allocate the funds needed to continue doing what we do best.
We'll have Paul Drake next. Afterwards, we have Matt Bond, Jennifer Wagner, Travis Schultz, and Allison Nichols.
Could you say those again, please?
Hello.
Sure. After, we will have Matt Bond, Jennifer Wagner, Travis Schultz, and Allison Nichols.
Hello, my name is Paul Drake. I live at 8 Bartlett Street here in Beverly. I'm a para at Centerville, so Beaver Nation. Been there for 8 years. A lot's being said tonight, and I just want to sort of just take a moment for us to hear and process what we're listening to tonight. What people are sharing tonight is deeply held, deeply felt, and it's broadly felt. And it's been felt for quite some time. We're not in the greatest practice of hearing that. And I just remember a time where I, was asking someone in my building, reach out to the school committee, tell them what it's like. And they didn't want to do it because they were just so sure nothing would change. And I think what brought that on is the fact that every 3 years, when we have an opportunity to change, get living wages for paras, a competitive salary for, our teachers, paid family leave, it didn't happen. And I just want you to hear how hard that is for us, because these numbers on a page for y'all define our lives, right? Every 2 weeks when I get my pay stub, that tells me a message about how I'm regarded as a para here in Beverly. It tells me that I'm not welcome to actually live in my community. It tells me you don't get to start a family here. It tells me if you want to start a family, you won't have the paid time off to do it. And I just don't think that anyone sitting here comes to this table to create that kind of a relationship with the people here. I know I've talked to so many of you Many of you have taught. Many of you know what it's like to be a para. You know, I've heard many of you speak, some of us right here in this room, that we need to have a better wage for paras, and that translates to so many other people. Also, we should not be cutting people. We need to be growing our family. These kids are going to miss the people that aren't there. And I just want to invite you to think of a moment in your time on the school committee or whatever way you serve our kids, because we all know it's hard work. What is a moment where you were just like proud? And just hold that feeling. Because I know it's different than probably what folks are here, what you might be feeling right now. And just think about this moment as an opportunity to reach for something that you can be proud of. I understand it takes hard work. The example that comes to mind for me is when the city decided to do away with the fee for whole day kindergarten. I didn't even know it was possible to charge people for kindergarten, but here we were in Beverly, which I don't think is a poor community, doing that. And so when we got rid of that, it just made me feel so good about my district. And I think you did too. And I think this can be a hero moment where you guys can all reach for something that's real and solid for all of us. Because until you do, it's, you know, any message you send is going to be a do as I say, but not as I do kind of relationship. And I don't think that's what you want. And I think we can do better. So thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Would you like to announce more names?
No, I think we're up until Allison Nichols. After that is Julia. Oh, that's an email as well. Andrea Sherman will be after Allison.
Matt Bond, 78 Water Street, High School Science. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all. This one here. Sorry about that. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all. I ask you that instead of fighting with the school system, that you fight for it. Please take this budget back to the powers that be and ask to fairly and appropriately fund our schools so that our students and employees can compete with their peers from other districts, peers that are vying for the same opportunities and the same jobs. Funding was and has been an issue for many cycles, and it is now coming to a head, and we can do something about it. Please show us the same courage you expect of us by going and asking for the funds needed for basic services, rather than making our system weaker with cuts to needs and needed personnel. The town has the money and millions in free cash, a free cash fund that grows by sometimes over $1 million each year. Our pet projects, more important than one of the most fundamental pillars of our community and our democracy. This isn't just teachers that I'm arguing for, but the students we are creating. These are the problem solvers and caretakers of the not-so-distant tomorrow. It is with little regret, unfortunately, that I have to make the next point in front of you, but I feel I must because I'm getting close to this time. I'm not only arguing for myself and my current peers, but also our collective futures. Our self-funded retirements that are a locked function of our compensation and are struck at a level that funds the future demands with current money. Since teachers are often disqualified from collecting Social Security, we rely solely on the money we put in and the percent we get returned. The marshmallows I bought for my classes have quadrupled in the past 2 contract cycles. I drive a 12-year-old car that has doubled in price since I bought it and is now beyond my reach. My heating bill is also up over 100%. There are simply too many examples to list about the decreased spending power to go into here. But zeros, ones, and 2% increases have put us in this bind. To qualify for low-income housing in my town requires a maximum salary of $90,000. That level of compensation isn't even available to someone with a master's degree and the maximum years of service. So let that sink in. Someone with an often and probable self-funded master's preparation, higher education, isn't even compensated at the subsistence level at the top of the pay scale. And the subsidy line is only surpassed by someone with 2 master's degrees and has been working for 11 years, let alone people that have been working for 27. Since retirement is a fraction of the current salary, you're conscripting even the most experienced, trained, valued, stalwart, and dedicated teacher to a post-employment benefit below a subsidy level after decades of public service, to say nothing of the current level. Most compensation can float with the economy. Please do not drown us by holding us back while the tide that floats your boats rises above our heads. We all know the tax money is there. We feel it at every purchase and valuation. The margin is there too when you see local deals and projects happen. The money is there. Please have the courage to fight for it, for us, our future, and the future of our students we make. Please reject and retool this budget and insist for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Next, we have Jennifer Wagner. Travis Schultz will be on deck with Allison Nichols and Andrea Sherman and Ann Gavin.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Wagner. I am a teacher as well as a parent of 4 children spread across 3 different Beverly schools. I have worked for the city of Beverly for 9 years. I started as a paraprofessional at Centerville, and after earning my master's degree, I became a special education teacher in the student support program teaching the kindergarten and first grade classroom. As a teacher in SSP, we serve the district's most vulnerable students. I had remarks prepared that I threw out the window for tonight after a staff member of ours today was injured by an escalated student. She was also hoping to be here with us tonight, but instead she's currently at the ER having her finger sewn back together. It is not hyperbole to say that keeping kids and staff safe is what we face on a daily basis. We cannot keep kids and staff safe without adequate support, and this comes down to money. We have attempted to hire additional paraprofessional for months, and when someone applied and seemed excited for the role, they asked what the pay was, and we never heard from them again. We have been operating understaffed for the entirety of this school year. We never get outside substitutes to cover staff absences because they cannot handle the high needs of our students. And because of this, we operate short-staffed on a regular basis. Anytime one of us is sick, at an IEP meeting, doing an observation, or God forbid, using a personal day. Enough is enough. Pay our paraprofessionals a living wage, pay us a fair and competitive wage, and properly fund our schools so that staff and students stop getting hurt.
Hello, my name is Travis Schultz, and I live at 65 Boyle Street in Beverly, Massachusetts, this town. Thank you so much for the opportunity to express ourselves. I am a certified financial planner, so I get there are numbers behind these questions that we're asking and the budget that we are asking to be increased. My wife and I have 5 kids, ages from kindergarten all the way to 8th grade. A few years ago, we took out one of our kids from the Beverly Middle School because the student-to-teacher ratio wasn't adequate enough for her and her classmates. So we were grateful enough to be able to put her in a private school. My son just got accepted to Essex Tech, and because of these budget restrictions and how little we're pouring into our students, we're starting to divert our kids away from Beverly Public Schools. I'm just really a little bit embarrassed about our town and how beautiful it is, and that we're by the ocean, and we're on the commuter rail. We have all these things. We're not pouring into our students as we should. I understand that it's only about 25% of our town, of our city, that has kids in the school, and so it's probably pretty hard for you guys to ask the town and the city for more money, because 75% of the city is maybe not as invested as those of us in this room. But my dream and my hope is that they would see that this is the future, that people that would want to move into the city because we're investing in the future. We moved, my wife and I moved here because we thought the schools were good. But I'm kind of a nerd, so I save, those report cards about the city and the schools every year that get sent out. I've been saving those on my computer. And unfortunately, compared to our district, if you look at the average of the district compared to what we spend on our kids, per student, or for the whole school, for the middle school, it's almost $800,000 less than our district. And even more disturbing, it's $5.4 million less than the average of our state. That's pretty embarrassing. And so I get it that we're asking for more money, and every project wants more money, and only 25% of Beverly is as invested as those of us in this room. But my ask is that you would show them that this is an investment in our town that's bigger than the bridges and the sidewalks and everything else that we have. So I have 3 requests of you. One is that you would be open to making the city budget more transparent, as we do with the school budget, so we can say where our money is actually being, thank you, where our money is being spent, and if we can actually pull from some of these other areas. My second request, and this is probably an impossible one, but is that if there is no more money, we consider raising taxes to fund these teachers, because they deserve it. We live in a wonderful city that's by the ocean, and I think that there could be money there to fund what is needed to be funded. And then my third request is that we consider diverting some of the city's slush fund, I don't know if that's the right word, to these students. So thank you very much.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Allison Nichols of 2 Foster Drive. I am speaking to you tonight to urge you to make paid parental leave for teachers a priority in our city's budget. I am expecting my second child in less than 2 weeks. I am grateful to be able to spend the last 6 weeks of the school year on leave with my family and to welcome a new baby into our lives without too much financial burden. I am able to do this solely because I have worked in the district for 11 years. From my very first year teaching at Beverly, I was told by mentors and colleagues to save my sick time if I wanted to one day have a family. I spent years working day in and day out at the middle school, doing everything in my power to not take any of those sick days. 3 years ago, I had my first child, and I used those days to pay for 8 weeks at home, recovering from an unplanned cesarean surgery and caring for my newborn. Despite having more than enough sick time accrued, I was forced to take my 9th week unpaid and ultimately returned to school for the remaining 2 weeks of the school year because it was too much of a financial burden to stay home. Looking back, I am saddened that I was forced to make that decision for my family, when in reality, it took far longer than 9 weeks to recover from what is widely considered a major surgery, both physically and mentally. Today, when I tell folks I am having a baby in May, the response I am most often met with is, "That's great, just in time for your summer break." Why should educators be expected to use our summer break to bring a child into this world? As I'm sure many of you before me tonight know, you cannot plan when to have a baby. It seems ironic that in a profession where we help teach, coach, mentor, and raise children in our community, that we are expected to plan our own families around a specific season and use our own sick time to ensure we are paid. I can assure you, being pregnant, birthing a child, and raising a child are far from what I would consider being sick. Tonight, I ask you, not for myself, but for the many educators in our district with not so lucky circumstances, provide our teachers with a fair and humane paid parental leave, one that allows us to grow our families in a way that does not cause so much emotional and financial stress, one that gives our children the time truly needed with their parents. 12 weeks leave is the law for employees in Massachusetts. Why not for teachers? We live in a beautiful, diverse, and affluent city. I'm asking you to add a humane, fair parental leave policy to the budget. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols, and congratulations. We have Andrea Sherman. Next up would be Ann Gavin, and then Scott Sutera, Chris Melanson, and Ellen Sudak.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name, this one? Thank you. Don't start my timer yet. All right, let's try that again. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Andrea Sherman. I started teaching English in Beverly in 2007, 16 years ago. Last year, I switched gears to join the Health and Wellness Department, and I now teach grades 5 through 8. Going from the English classroom to the gym has shown me an entirely new perspective. I am grateful for this. My new role has given me the opportunity to see what a machine our school is. What people may not realize is that the BMS schedule only works if Global Apps is fully staffed with locations to teach. For anyone not in the know of our building-based lingo, Global Apps are what we used to call shops or specials or electives. For the schedule to work, the math is simple. We need the same number of GA teachers as team teachers per grade level. For example, there are 15 7th grade team teachers. To keep class sizes at an effective level, there would need to be 15 other teachers and spaces ready to receive those classes of students. However, that's not the case. When those 7th grade students leave their teams to attend their GAs, they are dispersed to only 12 teachers. That's 15 classes of kids down to 12. If the average class size is 25, that means there are 75 overflow students that are absorbed into the GAs. That might not seem like a big deal, but it makes a difference. 15 classes consolidated into 12 increases class sizes to, let's just say, tricky sizes. Add in some special education students who don't attend team classes but do attend GAs, the numbers jump even more. Classes are already over 30 and we are out of space. During these crowded blocks, dysregulated students from other grades often arrive to ask for access to the gym space for valid and good reason, to deal with big feelings in a safe way. But we are limited in that our workforce is finite, as is our available space. 5th graders seeking a break or an outlet in the gym at the same time as 8th grade PE classes is risky and unsustainable. Gym space is often used for dysregulated students across all grades. Next year, the incoming 5th grade will have so many more students that the district will add a team of core teachers. However, they're also proposing to cut an art position. The only increase is to the wellness team, but by a 0.5. With projected enrollment of 393, we're looking at GAs with a minimum of 33 students per section. If I had more time, I'd ask you to guess how many students will have me for wellness this year. The answer is 614 this year. The truth is that we are understaffed. Here's where I can make my plea for additional funding for student-facing teaching positions. Our students deserve the best possible experience as they explore art, music, phys ed, health, and STEM. Beverly has some of the most talented educators I know, giving their best every day. One of the dangers in teaching is the feeling that there is always something more we could be doing. We are tasked with finding creative solutions to a math problem that really only has one answer. At some point, we have to concede that we can't continue to do more with less. The only answer is to properly fund our schools to give the students the experience they deserve. This budget does not sufficiently staff student-facing positions at the middle school. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Here. Oh, do I hold this? Okay, I can't see from way back there. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ann Gavin. I live at 1 Hawk Hill Road in Beverly. I am a substitute teacher in the Beverly Public Schools that will sometimes take on long-term sub-roles. Truly, the kindergarten para role at Hannah is my jam. I have 2 sons, a Beverly High School graduate who is a sophomore in college and a current junior at Beverly High School. I'm also a proud PTO person. I am a huge fan of Beverly Public Schools, but I am a super fan, clearly, of our teachers and staff at those schools. I have seen firsthand the dedication, love, and efforts from our teachers, and I admire them all so much. They are amazing and they deserve our respect. I know that our teachers are not compensated as well as our surrounding towns. I have had many discussions with both sides on this topic. All I know is something must be done to keep Beverly competitive to retain our amazing teachers. I am hopeful that contract negotiations will be successful and we will stop losing some of our amazing teachers to neighboring districts. They deserve more. But I have to say, what I am most embarrassed about is the parental leave situation for our teachers. I'm in the schools, and I had no idea that they don't receive paid parental leave after having their own families. These are the people who ultimately are caregivers to our children for 6 hours every single weekday, and we aren't giving them the time they deserve with their own.
I know we can do better. When I hear about the proposed cuts in staff to the school budget for next year, it makes me very uncomfortable. There is currently a need for more para support. The students deserve more support when we're not able to find subs, which happens a lot. Many times those pairs are pulled to support the school. And eliminating elementary librarian is just heartbreaking. That's new to me today. I came to school committee in September, sharing my experience with the heat at the elementary school. I know I'm back here saying it again. We do not have equitable teaching and learning environments for kids at the elementary schools. BMS and BHS are all set temperature-wise. But Hannah, well, you're cold, but that's different. All right, so, but Hannah was a total nightmare, and oh, was I mad. I hope to God we have figured something out to fix this situation. It was absolutely inhumane. I'm going to read a little snippet. 30 seconds, here we go. So for the first week of school and even into the second, the work environment at our Hannah Elementary School, teachers and staff, and the learning conditions for our youngest learners was not safe, and certainly not what I expect from a school district that I'm so proud of. For a district that prides itself on equitable access to learning and resources, that just wasn't the case. I was actually pretty embarrassed. We had 22 kindergartners in our hot room. The majority of the rooms at our school were at least 85 degrees, we measured, for 6 hours each day. If I had not experienced it, I would not believe it. Okay, that's it.
Hello, I'm Scott Sotero. I live at 502 Cabot. You need to ask for more funding, and here's why. As I stand here listening to all my colleagues, some of the most dedicated, hardworking professionals on the North Shore and beyond, about how Beverly has failed its students, one thing repeats in my mind: we have an extremely broken contract. This current school committee and the current members of the Beverly Teachers Association didn't create this on their own, but it's broken, extremely broken, and we need to fix it. The people in this room need to fix it. Our contract is not sustainable. Incredible, experienced teachers are leaving, not just for higher paying jobs down the road, but to work somewhere where they feel respected and heard as professionals they are. Our contract is not affordable. Educators can no longer live in Beverly or surrounding communities without working at least 2 jobs. Furthermore, the city of Beverly cannot afford to lose more of the high-quality talented educators that have already left and went out the door. Our contract is not competitive. Experienced educators should not be tempted to drive 5 or 10 minutes more for a significant pay raise. Our administrators should not have to explain our salary scale to candidates in the hope they can convince them that even though the pay isn't that good, they still get to work in Beverly. And our contract is not equitable. The city of Beverly gave significant pay raises to a lot of city workers last year. They were explained away as a way to make Beverly more equitable than the surrounding cities and towns. Yet, when educators ask for a fair and equitable pay increase, we now sit on a financial cliff. Beverly can do better. Our students deserve it. Our teachers have more than earned it, and Beverly must do better.
Watch that trigger finger over there.
I'm just going to read off who's coming up on deck. Thank you, Mr. Sutera, and just one moment, Mr. Melanson. I have Ellen Sudak. I think Christine Meza, you've already gone, and then Judy Martin, Maria Judy Martin, and then William English, and then Jennifer Paguyo.
Christine, you don't want to go again? Everyone ready?
Name and address for the record, thanks.
Absolutely. My name is Chris Melanson of 24 West Dane Street. I sit before you tonight, not just as a Beverly teacher of 16 years, but as a lifelong resident, a business owner, and a proud product of the Beverly Public School System. Thank you for this opportunity to address you all, and thank you all for your service in city government. I know it's not easy. If I asked you what value you place on teachers and paraprofessionals in our community, I know you would all give this topic a high valuation and appraisal. I mean, why would you serve on the school committee if you didn't? But when it comes to the question of how you have supported us, put us first, like green initiatives and building projects, and grown our educator experience in a positive direction, I'm having a really hard time coming up with a quality list. We are quite simply underpaid, overworked, and frankly, not made to feel like the professionals we are on so many levels. When our current superintendent was hired back on February 27, 2019, one school committee member, Mr. Milady, gave a verbatim account of one of her strongest answers in the interview process. He stated, where Dr. Chirocek shined in her response about retention of staff was addressing that we are not competitive with other districts on the salary scale. That is a tough conversation to have. I have also seen her expression of concern that we will lose good teachers to neighboring districts over compensation, and I thought this was a very tough, thoughtful, and honest response, end quote. We are indeed not competitive with other districts and are falling further and further behind. Our superintendent's vision and fear was absolutely correct. We have lost a host of quality educators and impactful teachers over the last many years, which is an absolute shame for our district and for our students, and it will continue if not remedied in this contract and budget. In response to this plea for competitive teacher salaries as to those in surrounding districts, I keep hearing the same rhetoric. We'll have to cut positions, class sizes will increase, we're unfortunately at a financial cliff, it's not possible, etc., etc. Let me remind you of some situations that were possible for the city of Beverly recently. In June of 2022, the Beverly City Council voted for raises for the mayor, school committee, and city council members, despite a Beverly Salary Review Committee stating that the median salary for mayors in 13 nearby communities was $120,000, the same as the mayor's current salary at the time. It's convenient that the last fiscal year, there was no financial cliff. I urge you all to check out the raises that each of the city's department heads received last year. And then please explain to me how you can seriously utter an off-the-record offer in our last negotiating session for a 2% raise for teachers. When the superintendent's first contract expired, her next contractual year's salary represented a 5.25% raise, just shy of $10,000 increase in 1 year. For context, a master's level Step 5 teacher in our school district has increased their salary in the last 5 years at an average of just over $1,000 per year. An even worse example for context is that what our paraprofessional community makes in Beverly. These are our true unsung heroes in the district, the educators we ask to work for some of our district's most vulnerable students. After working 10 years in our district at the top of their pay scale, paraprofessionals make $26,000. I'm going to say that again for everyone, $26,000.
Thank you, Mr. Melanson.
How is this not considered depressive wages? How can you expect these people to keep doing this job? Never mind feeling any sense of value as the professionals that they are. This is a shameful example of how undervalued the pay scale is for our educators today.
Thank you,
My
Mr.
speech was
Melanson.
8 minutes. I had to try to cut it down to 3. I'm missing a page in here, but I will post it on my social media channel.
So we have Ellen Sudak. On deck, we have Judy Martin and William English, Jennifer Paguyo, Stacy Hall, and Alina McCurdy.
It's not really fair that I have to follow that, but give it my best. Hello, my name is Ellen Sudak, and I live at 29 Shortell Ave. I've been employed for the past 19 years as a paraprofessional at Ayers in a kindergarten classroom. This week is Teacher Appreciation Week. I received a very nice note from my principal thanking me for nurturing our youngest learners, for my patience and care, for building the foundation for a successful school experience. I'm here tonight to talk about the job of a para. My hope is that you will hear me, you will listen, and you will act. It is so long overdue. We work with our most vulnerable students. We're responsible for literacy interventions. We're responsible for math interventions. I teach handwriting. I stay at all specials and lunch to assist the students. I help with monthly progress monitoring. I support all students in the classroom. I'm the substitute teacher whenever I am needed, including when the teacher is out for the entire day, for an IEP meeting, or data meetings, or team meetings, and the list goes on and on. On the rare occasion when an outside sub is provided, I'm still the teacher, even though I don't get paid for it, because the students know me, they count on me, and I know the routines. Some paras are one-on-ones with students who have severe behavioral issues. This can include removing the student from the classroom and staying with them for the entire day, if necessary, usually in a hallway by themselves. We are hit, kicked, punched in the face, spit at, have furniture thrown at us, and are verbally abused daily. We are responsible not only for academics, but for the social emotional well-being of students. And yet, we do not make a living wage. I cannot afford to rent an apartment in Beverly. We can easily qualify for Mass Health. I'm at the very top of the pay scale, and I make $26,194 a year. There are paras in this city doing what I do every day and more, making $20,217. Let that sink in. How can you sit there and tell me that this salary, $20,217, is okay in any way, shape, or form? We are student-facing every single day. We are doing the job of educating the students of Beverly for what is essentially poverty wages.
Yes.
It is poverty wages.
Yes.
You have a big problem hiring and retaining paras, especially in the high needs programs, and you are doing nothing to solve the problem. Hell, you won't even admit there is a problem.
Thank you, Ms. Sudak.
I implore you to reject this budget proposal and fully fund our schools. Fully funding our schools means paying the people who work directly with the students a living wage.
How to follow those two. Is it, do I have to turn it on? Okay. How do I follow those two? Okay. Good evening. My name is Maria Judy Martin. I live at 8 Palmer Road in Beverly, and I currently work at the preschool. I would also like to speak tonight about paying your paraprofessionals a living wage. We are here tonight discussing the current budget proposal for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Does it include a significant increase to paraprofessional wages? Because our current contract is up in September. I've worked in the district for 8 years now. I worked before that in the private sector for many years. I've always wondered why there is such a lack of respect in terms of supporting personnel in the district, in that you continue to pay paraprofessionals so very far below a living wage. And for some reason, I will never understand that many people here think that it's okay to do so. We teach the children in this district. At the preschool, we have one of the most vulnerable populations. They are 3, 4, and 5 years old. We help teach them to talk, to understand right from wrong. We help them to begin to understand socialization. We help them when they struggle with mental health and behavioral issues. We make sure they feel safe. We are there for them in every way. We are vital to their success in preschool, which is the building block of their remaining school years. And yet you pay us as if it doesn't matter. You pay us as if our support of these children doesn't make a difference. I've never understood the lack of respect toward paraprofessionals, especially in terms of salary, in my time working here. I'm very proud of the work that I do every day, and I don't understand, with the wage and inflation numbers at what they have been for a while now in Massachusetts, why anyone here would ever approve a school budget that doesn't make sure the paraprofessionals will be paid a living wage. The school committee is charged with coming up with a budget that best supports the success of the district, regardless of how much that budget amounts to. And then the school committee presents that budget to the city council. That budget needs to include a salary increase that attracts, retains, and gives supporting staff a living wage. Show us that you understand how far behind your salary scales are and respect us enough to bring them up to where they should be. This budget needs to include a significant increase in wages for paraprofessionals, pay your support staff in the district a salary they can live on, fund your schools, and pay us a living wage. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you all for being here. I'm Will English, an heir's parent. Mrs. Sudak, Mrs. Malablocki, and Mrs. Egan, Evan loves you so much. And one of 3 remaining opening counselors for BMS. Why there are 3 and not more is a credit to the challenge of the immensely large caseloads we carry and the stress we deal with every day. I was deeply heartened last year when this committee voted to add $500,000 to our budget and add 3 admin jobs, doubling our admin from our opening level of 4. I felt like we were seen. But history is a series of progress and regress. With this year's budget presentation, I was saddened to see cuts to reading, outreach, reach, and SSP. All of those jobs are critical to supporting at-risk youth. The fact is, kids who can't read elope. Kids who can't regulate get kicked out. Kids with anxiety and depression skip school. Without our current student support services, our most vulnerable students will suffer. Families who already are in crisis will have fewer options. The fact is, our beautiful state-of-the-art building is already understaffed on a fully staffed day. No question, this is a tough budget climate. I'm married to a teacher and friends with teachers throughout the Commonwealth. You have hard decisions to make. So I urge you to take your time and think hard. Don't rush. Everyone always comments on how beautiful our building is. We're sitting in my favorite room. I love this library. However, it's our wonderful staff that makes it a community where everyone can belong. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Paguyo, and I am a resident of Beverly at 78 Water Street. I come here tonight as both an educator of 27 years, 14 of them here in Beverly, and as a parent in the Beverly Public Schools. I was lucky to see firsthand as my son thrived under the guidance of the dedicated, highly qualified teachers he encountered throughout his K-8 journey. This foundation has prepared him for the rigors of Essex Technical High School, where he is now receiving an education led by talented professionals who are respected, valued, and compensated with their expertise. These are educators who have remained within their system. Why? They are respected and trusted as professionals, and this is reflected in a salary that far surpasses what educators at our own high school and within our district receive. Yet I fear that the positive experience my son has had will not be replicated for the influx of new families moving to our desirable community. Why? Because I see with growing concern the number of highly qualified colleagues from Beverly being driven out by the lack of competitive compensation compared to our neighboring districts. This threatens the very foundation of our strong educational system, undermining the progress we've made and jeopardizing the future success of our students. Despite the consistent praise from this school committee about Beverly's commitment to innovation and student achievement, I fear this momentum will falter if we do not address the pressing issue of educator compensation. My colleagues and myself deserve to be fairly compensated for the vital work we do in shaping the lives of our youth. Without competitive salaries, we risk losing the very educators who have been the driving force behind Beverly's reputation for excellence. I urge you to reject the proposed budget until such a time that a plan is put forth that is going to attract and retain the talented, dedicated educators who are the backbone of this district. Only when you can ensure that we are fairly compensated can we guarantee this continued success and prosperity of the Beverly Public Schools. Thank you, Madam President, and this committee for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Pagulio. So we'll hear from Stacy Hall next, and then we have Elena McCurdy, Laura Carr, Rachel Rex, and Caroline Gillian.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts this evening. My name is Stacy Hall, and while my driver's license lists Exeter, New Hampshire as my residence, I've lived at 48 Putnam Street for 2 decades, and for the past 6+ years have lived at 502 Cabot Street. I commute almost an hour here daily because I consider the families of Beverly part of my very own family. For the last 26 of my 30 years teaching and half of my life, I have dedicated countless hours of my time to the children of families of Beverly, and I would hardly change a thing. Fostering connections and building relationships with students as well as their adults is a source of immense pride. I'm here to share my experience at BPS and why we need fully funded schools. My passion for teaching has always been that light bulb moment, especially for kids for whom school does not come easily. During the early phase of my career, I specialized in working with students identified with learning challenges. Over time, I've observed significant changes in how Beverly addresses students' needs. Program cuts and reduction in support staff, who are often reassigned to substitute in other classrooms, have left our most vulnerable students navigating the educational landscape without adequate support or assistance. It is evident that students' needs have become complex in recent years. This, coupled with a shift in family dynamics, and school staff find themselves increasingly tasked with providing support that was not traditionally within our purview. Our students require more support, not less. Staff in classrooms, therapeutic learning centers, programs, counselors, attendance coordinators, all are necessary to support our students and their needs. Inclusion is wonderful and a commendable goal when it works for the student. But there are times and stages of a student's life when inclusion is not best practice. Some skills necessitate a therapeutic or isolated environment before they can be effectively transferred to a classroom setting. We can't keep squishing square pegs into round holes simply to comply with funding constraints. We must prioritize meeting the diverse needs of our students in front of us in all shapes and sizes. Moreover, it's imperative to offer competitive compensation packages for not only teachers, but also for our paraprofessionals to attract and retain top-tier educators. The students of Beverly deserve nothing less. High turnover rates among teachers and paras, especially at Beverly Middle School, are detrimental to the stability and well-being of our students. Middle schoolers require and thrive in environments characterized by stability, clear expectations, and reliable adult figures. With Beverly's compensation package ranking on the lower end when compared to other North Shore communities, we risk failing to attract and retain the caliber of educators necessary for our students' success. I implore you to approve a budget that prioritizes differentiated programming with appropriate staffing to address the diverse needs of all of our students at various stages of their educational journey, as well as competitive compensation packages for all educational staff. Thank you for your time tonight.
Hello, Hello, my name is Alina McCurdy. Is it on? Right button? Sorry. My bad. Okay. Hello, my name is Alina McCurdy of 502 Cabot. This is my 5th year as an art educator here at Beverly Middle School. There are many issues that we've been speaking about tonight, but I am here to talk about my position as an art educator, which is often one of the first to be tossed aside. We have a budget that is unsustainable in our department. This year, I've taught 383 students and was allotted $2,000 for my program. This equates to $5.20 per student. A pack of construction paper is $8. A 12-pack of Sharpies is $8 as well. A gallon of acrylic paint goes for between $20 to $40. And as my students regularly see, I cut these opens with box cutters so I can scoop out the paint that I can't get out from just squeezing. The amount of clay required for one class to create a small ceramic project is about $130. The funds provided do not provide enough supplies for a fully functional art class. I have spent over $420 of my own personal funds for classroom supplies. I have also relied on the kindness and generosity of student families and community members from online giving groups to keep my classroom afloat. I've repeatedly coordinated pickups from Salem community members to get used supplies from my art classroom to keep it stocked. However, not everything can be fetched from donations. The art needs funding. Students are constantly frustrated by the lack of working markers, empty watercolor palettes. I was not able to buy any replacements. This trimester, I could not teach ceramics because I did not have the funds from the school to buy clay. I should not be asked to pay more out of pocket. I should not have to spend any more of my own salary to fund the basic needs of my students. Students come to class for the arts, come to school often. That's what they look forward to most of the day. I have students come to my class to talk about their day, coming from other classes, and to make art after school just for fun as well, or sometimes during recess or during lunch. I implore that you change the budget to make sure that it's fully funded for the educational needs of our students, which this current one does not. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Hello, my name is Laura Carr and I live at 11 Pleasant Street. I'm a paraprofessional at the Beverly Middle School and my children are students of the Beverly Public Schools as well. I'm assigned to work with 2 special education teachers and I work with 29 students daily. My job involves supporting students in many different ways. Sometimes I help them start assignments when they aren't sure of the directions. I help clarify when students get stuck. I redirect students who are dysregulated or anxious. I take students on walks for short breaks according to their needs. I work with students in small groups and give them structural supports when they need projects broken down or chunked into smaller pieces. I'm a listening ear, a trustworthy person when a student is frustrated, worried, excited, or upset. Every time I enter a room, students will ask me and call for help. They know that my role is to be their supporter, and they look for me in the moments when they need me. I love doing my job and working with the kids on my team. I feel helpful, I feel useful, supportive, and fulfilled when I see students have success in their learning, and I know that I was a part of that for them. Unfortunately, almost every day I am being pulled from my role as a substitute to perform substitute teaching. Sometimes I am pulled because a teacher has to attend a special education or a parent meeting. Often I'm pulled for an entire day because a teacher is out sick or with a sick family member or a child. When I am pulled, I have no contact with my students, and they do not have any support that they rely on and need according to their educational plan. On days when I am unable to support my students, I feel discouraged. I feel like I have failed them. I worry about their progress and what they may have missed or how far that they may have fallen behind. When I come back, they complain, "We missed you. I needed your help. Where were you? Where did you go?" This is a solvable problem. We need more substitute teachers. We need competitive substitute pay that incentivizes people to work as substitutes in our school. Additionally, I'm a mom of 4 children. 3 live at home with me and are students of the Beverly Public Schools. Yep. Living on the paycheck that I am paid is impossible. I cannot provide for my children on this pay alone. But the work that I do is important. And as I said, I love the work that I do. I love my students. I'm asking you to increase the school budget and the pay for the substitute teachers, and I'm asking you to pay paraprofessionals a living wage. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good evening. Are we on? My name is Rachel Salvo Rex. I live at 16 Alnu Avenue here in Beverly. Not only am I a resident and a voter in Beverly, I'm an educator in the Gloucester Public School System. And I'm the president of the Gloucester Teachers Association. Additionally, I hold another position, one of which I am most proud. I'm the mother to 2 student athletes in the Beverly Public School System. I come here tonight to remind you that a budget is a moral document. It highlights what a community prioritizes and values. The city of Beverly must prioritize its most precious resource, its students. Mayor Cahill, you're an educator. This budget deeply devalues the educators of Beverly. Speaking from experience as an educator for over 30 years, incidentally, I student taught at Beverly High in the early 90s, these kinds of harmful cuts you're proposing impact our most vulnerable students. This city must invest in its students. We must prioritize music, theater, the arts, STEM, humanities, our libraries, special education. We must prioritize the educators whose positions sit precariously on the verge of elimination. Members of the Gloucester Teachers Association fully support our union siblings in the Beverly Teachers Association, many of whom live here in Beverly, vote here in Beverly, and send their own children to the Beverly Public Schools. We'll be watching and actively showing our support to the Beverly Teachers Association. In closing, I leave you with the following. Stop the cuts. Do not balance the city's budget on the backs of its educators. Fully fund the Beverly Public Schools. Pass the budget the Beverly Public Schools need. Thank you.
Just one moment. I want to just put some people on deck real
Sure.
quick. Thanks. We have Alana Walsh, Allison Farrell, Ruth Furlong, Joanne Kibbe, sorry, Paulette Backus, sorry.
Hello, my name is Caroline Gilligan, 17 Hull Street. I'm here to urge you all to pass a comprehensive budget that not only attracts but retains dedicated and qualified educators. I'm a third-generation graduate of the Beverly Public Schools. I have taught at Centerville, where I attended, for 12 years, which is my entire career. 10 of those years, I've been working as a special education classroom teacher in the SSP program with the district's most vulnerable students who have social, emotional, behavioral needs. I could sit here today and tell you stories of how challenging this position is and has been, showing you scars and bruises from escalated students as proof, some of which I got today. However, it is more important for me to tell you that I choose this job day in and day out because I love this work. I am committed to the special education students I service, as are all of my colleagues here, namely paraprofessionals, the support staff whom I've worked with for the last decade. They go above and beyond, getting verbally and physically assaulted and getting paid next to nothing. I'm sick and tired of reading how much more money
thousands, by the way, we all could be making in neighboring districts for the same work. We shouldn't have to consider leaving a community we care deeply about and have dedicated our career to in order to get paid what we all deserve. If you all want to retain educators like myself and everyone else who is standing up here with me today, I urge you to dip into that millions in surplus I've heard Mayor Cahill speak about so many times, the rainy day fund, and pay us a fair and competitive wage. Well, Mayor Cahill, it's raining tonight. Thank you.
Looking for Alana Walsh.
Say Alana Walsh, I said. Anybody? Next one.
Okay, we'll move along. Allison Farrell is next, then Ruth Furlong. Oh. Oh, Elena, sorry.
All right. I have my computer because I keep changing everything I want to say. All right. My name is Elena Walsh, 70. What? Thanks. My name is Elena Walsh, 70 Bald Street, Beverly, Massachusetts. My pronouns are she, they, and I am a special education teacher in an integrated classroom at McEwen Preschool. I was born and raised in the Beverly school system. Mr. Cahill was my basketball coach. I graduated from BHS, and I currently have one of my children at McEwen. I am also a board-certified behavior analyst, which is my second, much higher-paying job. Along with my Beverly brothers and sisters, he, she's, and theys, I stand before you begging for help. McEwen teachers have been advocating and fighting for increased supports at the preschool for years, and I don't know how we can continue on like this. Students are in crisis, and we are drowning. Despite having the most vulnerable population due to their age and/or disability, during the most developmentally important period of their lives, at a time when their brains are literally creating its foundations and making lifelong neural connections, our resources at the preschool are limited to a preschool coordinator. We have students without housing and/or living in shelters, students with food insecurity and extreme trauma, yet we have no mental health providers or school adjustment counselors readily available to us. Nor do we have in-house behavioral supports. When I first came to Beverly, I knew McEwen was an amazing school with a great reputation and incredible teachers. So I was in shock when I realized we have nothing to support our teachers. In my past 2 districts, we had at least 1 special a day, sometimes 2. Preschool enrichment programs included art, music, technology, PE, etc. Our school psychologist offered weekly social emotional lessons, lunch bunch, and they reported on our students' social emotional objectives. They attended meetings and check-ins, and they were pivotal resources to us as teachers. Last year, we researched surrounding public preschools and found no other districts lacking these critical resources in their preschool programs. They are necessary for program well-being and success. As Jen mentioned, safety is a huge concern, and sometimes it becomes our main focus. Due to some of our students' extremely high needs, paired with the insulting compensation, it is difficult to keep skilled pairs in our classrooms. It is also difficult to get subs to return. At times, this leaves our already unsafe situations next to impossible. I respectfully request that the city begins prioritizing funding for preschool enrichment, and most importantly, proper funding for in-house mental health professionals and in-house behavioral supports. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Alice. My name is Allison Farrell, and I'm proud to stand before you as an educator at Beverly High School. Tonight, I wanted to share a quick story about the financial hardships Beverly educators endure and advocate for the investment in a fully funded school system, including competitive teacher wages that can both attract and retain the finest educators. I am a product of Massachusetts public schools, colleges, and universities. I was a Spy Ponder, a Riverhawk, a Viking, but most importantly, and proudly a Panther now. My educational journey was shaped by compassionate and dedicated public school teachers who inspired me to pursue a career in education. One of my favorite all-time high school English teachers, Miss Raduazzo, imparted wisdom that had guided me ever since, to find a career that I love, not just a job. And I can proudly say that I found my calling here at Beverly High School. Joining the BHS community in 2018 was a moment of elation for me. However, my excitement was short-lived when I saw my starting salary for a master's year one was $47,034. This was a significant decrease from my previous earnings in bartending and serving jobs, which paid for my college degrees. To bridge my financial gap, I juggled teaching and continued restaurant work. I would go weeks without a day off. Because of these two demanding jobs, I eventually had respiratory infections, and it was just not a good setup, so I did have to hang up my server apron, which is probably the best thing. Despite the best budgeting efforts, financial burdens persisted, from a total car from a hit and run that I was subjected to trying to save for my wedding day. And I'm at peace now. I'm not able to afford a home. That's a bigger societal issue. But despite these challenges, what keeps me going are the incredible students I get to work with every day and the supportive community here that I get to be a part of here in Beverly. Yet I've also witnessed talented educators leave for better paying opportunities elsewhere. And it becomes increasingly challenging for educators to do our role and do it to the best of our abilities when financial stressors loom over our heads. I urge you to prioritize the education of our students by passing a budget that adequately supports your Beverly Public Schools educators. Let's ensure that Beverly maintains and grows its community of outstanding teachers and educators, by providing them with the resources they need to thrive. Thank you so much for your time.
So we're looking at Ruth Furlong, then Joanne Kibbe, Paulette Backus, Lydia Ames, Rachel Doring, Christina Vanderslice.
Hello, my name is Ruth Furlong. I'm a resident of 23 Middlebury Lane. I'm a parent to two students who've gone through the system. One is currently at Essex Tech and one is at the high school. As a parent, the middle school years were incredibly tough. I don't think that's news to anybody. My kids are now both in the high schools, and apart from their friends, their memories of school are of their teachers. They're of the ones that pushed them hard, that showed up to poetry readings, that took them to Puerto Rico, and the ones that ran up the steps of Philadelphia. Those are the things they talk of. They don't talk of the turf fields. They don't talk of the TVs in each hallway or the recess spaces. Even if they miss recess, they don't talk of those spaces. They think of the connections they have to their teachers. As a special education teacher at Centerville Elementary, I am so appreciative of the work that is done by paras and teachers while I bounce around with an ever-growing list of evaluations, reports, meetings, and IEPs that take me away from these classrooms. So instead of doing those reports or IEPs during school, I take them home. I don't want to continue to miss out on the students that I love being with and who need my time, so I take it home. And I miss my own kids. I miss their hockey games, I miss their softball games, and I take it home. And I wake up early, hoping to write before anyone else is awake, and I don't have to feel guilty for not being present with my own children. So I take it home. And on Monday, it rolls around, and I haven't had a mental break, so I'm not my best with the students that I love. I take it home. And I forget that even though I work the weekend, I still don't have what I need for each lesson. My plans are not completed, my data collection sheets are full, and I need more copies. I take it home, and every time I do, I begin to resent my work. Something has to give. I have to believe that as a school committee, you understand the importance of those connections between staff and students. It keeps me going, it keeps my own children going. I am letting you know we are struggling, and we are losing people to smaller caseloads, evaluation loads, and greater financial gains. Beverly students and their teachers deserve more. Thank you.
My name is Joanne Kibbe. I live at 502 Cabot Street, and I'm an educator at the middle school and also a parent at Hannah. I'm here to tell you why we need a fully funded school. We need substitutes and paras. We don't offer competitive pay and so do not attract substitutes and paras to our district. Every day the office works hard to figure out the puzzle of finding coverage not only for absent teachers, but to cover trainings and IEP meetings. Not having substitutes has a snowball effect, which will lead to our students being unsupported, both academically and emotionally. Almost every day, the para that works with students in 4 out of my 5 classes is pulled to take on the role of a substitute, taking her away from, as she puts it, her kids. When paras are pulled, it means that needs are not being met. There are more distractions because when a student's needs are not being met, they become dysregulated and frustrated. It becomes more difficult to reach all students and provide them with the instruction they all deserve. There is no one in the room that can offer the students the breaks they might need when they are in a heightened state, no one to monitor a quick walk or offer someone to listen. It puts a strain on the relationships that paras work so hard to build. The students become uneasy because they can't rely on them to be there. They ask, where are they? Will they be back? Can they check in? It becomes hard for the paras to support students when they don't know what the expectations are for the assignments. The students become frustrated because there's one less person to check in and monitor their progress on those same assignments. It limits the labs and experiments we can do. It is much safer and purposeful if you have someone to help the groups work through the procedures and use the materials. But I cannot rely on a para to be there. Lately, the paras have been younger people from the community that have stood as relatable role models, but yet we have let them leave. And they do leave because they become defeated that they can't support the students on their caseload. They feel a responsibility to the students that have expressed disappointment in themselves for this failure. But it is not their failure. It is a failure of the system. Instead of increasing the numbers of paras and substitutes by offering competitive pay, we are letting more paras leave and supportive staff to be cut. I call upon you today to turn this around, to better pay the substitutes and paras so that we can take down one more barrier to a good education. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Paulette Bacus. Today I speak as a community member, parent of a kindergartner, and a science teacher. First, I'd like to show my gratitude to all the Ayers teachers who have made my daughter's first year so memorable. Thank you to my teams at the middle school for welcoming me aboard. My family chose our neighborhood based on several school rating engines, including DESI's. We are concerned with the idea of removing classroom teachers or paras in any grade level when a low classroom size is something that we looked at when we chose our Beverly as our new community. At that time, Beverly was listed as having a 1 to 12 teacher to student ratio, while our old community was 1 to 15. With the elimination of the Reach academic teacher at the middle school and paras subbing daily, my science teacher to student ratio becomes 1 to 28 in classes that require support. I'm confused why cuts are being made while our community is growing. Some growth is good, but a growing community should reflect a school system that can support the growth. So why eliminate any job, teacher or para, based on the next year's enrollment when we are already understaffed and growing? More learning takes place for every student when staff are able to perfect their classroom management practices over time. I sought out a teaching position here because there was a lack of before and after care programs in Beverly. I had to take a pay cut
to make things work for my family. It equates to more than $15,000, not in salary, but extra opportunities. So these extra opportunities are commonly offered in other districts, but not here. How will Beverly compete to retain new or old staff at a time where teachers are in demand and receiving extra opportunity pay? Most new teachers will seek out higher paying schools to pay off loans. Older staff might consider extras like longevity. Longevity at 20 years is $11,000 in one district and only $1,000 in Beverly. Not to mention, it starts at 5 years in other districts. Competing districts offer subbing at $75 to $100 an hour and immediate compensation for any hour outside normal teaching at $45 to $55 an hour, including hosting new clubs, planning a dance, or even helping at a sporting event. These are all unpaid here. Not all DESE state-approved PD is accepted by Beverly. Virtually everything has to be a college course. This decreases where teachers start on the pay scale in Beverly, but not in the other competing districts because they're accepting the state standard. They offer in-house PD and PD programs that count towards renewals with the state, meaningful professional growth in trauma-informed teaching, behavior management, equity, and restorative practices. Leadership positions are often within grade level and in departments. These resume builders empower teachers who want to work towards leadership positions. Middle-level positions no longer exist here at the middle school. Other schools offer a better package, period. I'm here because I want to be a positive part of my community. You've probably received my point. When it comes to researching a school system, prospective teachers are looking at salary, additional ways to support their income, and tangible ways to earn their PD for licensure renewal, as well as salary increase.
Thank you so
I'm on
much.
the committee to be a competitive employer.
So we have Lydia Ames, then Rachel Doring, then Christina Vanderslice, Jacqueline McAfee, Michelle Flanagan. Oh, and Lauren Sullivan, I guess, together. Go ahead, Ms. Ames.
My name is Lydia Ames. I live at 24 Pearl Street Extension, and I'm a Spanish teacher at Beverly Middle School. So almost all students in 7th and 8th grade take a world language, but on paper, students' individualized education plans are still largely written without support for world language classes. So the same students who require services in English, in science, in civics, or in math come to world language classes and don't receive them. Why do I bring this up? Because I think sometimes on paper, we might be able to say that the coverage plan is well as written. But in practice, I know that students need more support. I know that I struggle to reach all of my students, and especially my most vulnerable students, because I don't have support in the classroom. I know that my students would learn more and find greater success if I had that support. Why aren't education plans written with support in world language or global applications classes? Because it would require more paraprofessionals and more special educators. For most of my career in Beverly, the teachers at my school had 2 55-minute dedicated preparation or meeting times each day. We used these times for so much. We planned units and lessons together. We met as teacher teams to discuss the students on our team. We planned parent and special education meetings in those times. We observed our strong and successful colleagues to improve our practice. Now we no longer have the time to do this. I meet with my world language colleagues and my teacher team for 35 minutes once every other week. I have not observed a colleague in years, and parent and special education meetings are planned during my classes, such that I have to create and leave behind a sub-plan for my students. Why don't we have more preparation time? Because we don't have the staff or the schedule to create preparation time, as the budget doesn't allow for it. Teaching for me is a work of heart. I deeply love the work I do, and I deeply believe in the role of public education. I became a teacher because I love to learn, and also because I want all students to have experience with and learn a world language. My daughter is a 7th grader at BMS, and my son is a 2nd grader at Hannah. I believe in this school district, and yet I have watched many colleagues leave, some because of the working conditions that I'm describing, some because of the significant pay discrepancy. It's painful to work as hard as you can, plan for and volunteer at every school event, use your money for classroom materials, donate to every school and district-based initiative and project, buy decorations, prizes, treats, only to be making significantly less than neighboring districts. The City of Beverly needs to invest in our schools, our students, and our teachers. I ask you to vote for a budget that reflects the great values I know we all share. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Hello, my name is that on? Got it. Okay. Hello, my name is Rachel Doring. I live at 26 MacArthur Road in Beverly, and I've taught in Beverly for about 12 years. I was a sixth grade science teacher, and then I switched over to sixth grade math and science. And last year I had the honor to actually get asked to move into a STEM position, which I absolutely loved. This year, I was honored at the high school at the Honor Society. I thought back to what I did that year that was different from all other years. And I took a big risk. I did a major PBL project where students led the way. Last year, having switched to STEM, I've continued to do major impact projects. I absolutely love having the kids do the hands-on and watch them build. I teach all grades 5 through 8. We use glue guns and box cutters, and it's just a really big growth watching them to use them and navigate. With the cuts to global apps, class sizes will go up and support will go down. I will have a limit to students learning these hands-on skills. The ability to do projects safely will be impacted and affect the whole student body. I as well do not have a single para daily in my class. Occasionally I get paras, but I have at least 26 to 30 kids in my class without paras, without supports, doing hands-on projects with glue guns and box cutters. This will have to be significantly reduced if you continue to make cuts. Please reconsider the cuts. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christina Vanderslice, 502 Cabot Street, and I am a civics teacher at Beverly Middle School. The district has proposed to eliminate 2 effective... Press up? Can I start over? Thanks, much appreciated. Thanks, guys. Hi, my name is Christina Vanderslice, 502 Cabot Street. That's super, awkward and annoying, and I'm really sorry. I don't mean to waste your time. I don't like wasting my students' time when I make mistakes, so sorry. I am a civics teacher at Beverly Middle School. The district has proposed to eliminate 2 effective and essential BMS programs while having added 3 administrative positions at the end of the last fiscal year, the funding for which is very unclear. I work with these 2 people whose jobs and programs are being cut. The REACH teacher and outreach counselor are student-facing, non-special education interventionists who get some of our most reluctant students to school and to stay in class. The REACH program reduces the number of special education referrals and increases students' academic stamina. The outreach counselor hosts family meetings regarding attendance, makes home visits with the school resource officer, and refers students to therapy and enrichment programs. Both programs have measurable data that document their yearly successes. Just ask them. These positions are unlike any other in the building and address the district's goals of creating conditions that promote equity, and yet they are being cut. How can the district not fund these essential positions that have a direct impact on student success, but can easily fund additional administrative jobs? Last year alone, 3 new administrative level director positions were added at BMS. 2 of these positions were posted publicly on May 26th, the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. Teachers returned from that holiday weekend on Tuesday, May 30th, to learn that these positions had already been filled. According to meeting minutes, none of these middle school director positions appear to have been disclosed in the budget presentation to the school committee on April 26, 2023, or in any meeting thereafter. They also do not appear to be mentioned in this year's budget presentation or draft budget as added positions. The high school's administrators include principals and directors, and each of those categories has its own line item in the budget. The middle school now also has principals and directors, yet there is no line item for directors in the BMS budget. It appears that after the budget was approved last year, $92,000 was added to the line item curriculum support, nearly doubling that category's amount without explanation as to how those funds would be utilized and if they resulted in an increased headcount at the middle school. If these director positions are in the budget, it is not obvious and incredibly unclear. Most importantly, why is the district taking funds away from student-facing positions that address our students' needs amid a national mental health crisis? I ask the district to fund the reach and outreach positions. Give our students the support they need to be successful. Please allow these interventionists the opportunity to continue their proactive, critical work to make a difference in the lives of the students at Beverly Middle School. Thank you for your time.
Do we have Jacqueline McAfee?
I'm Jacqueline McAfee.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to turn it on. Okay. Good evening. I'm Jacqueline McAfee at 502 Cabot Street. I'm a true English teacher by definition and feel overwhelmed with numbers, budgets, and math. But I do feel I'm an expert at understanding the power of voice, words, and individual perspectives. But no matter what a teacher teaches, we all understand the idea of inequality and what is fair. In 2006, at 20 years old, I graduated from Syracuse University and jumped headfirst into the field of teaching and was incredibly lucky that Beverly School District softened my landing and caught me the same year. I am 40 years old now, so that means that for half my life, I was molded by Briscoe colleagues, veteran teachers like the great Mr. Al DiPaolo and Mrs. Connie Vam, and most importantly, the Beverly community. Beverly was, should, and still can be the district I'm so proud to work for 2 decades. As of recently, I can't say I feel that way, but rather disheartened. I remember feeling so proud to work for such a progressive, innovative, ahead of the curve, and a district where teachers were the heart of the machine. But now I feel our school is incredibly stunted. Student-facing teachers are not the priority, and our district is going in reverse in curriculum design, in collaboration, and more importantly, in teacher salary. I was able to afford a master's while pregnant and a CAGS pregnant with my second daughter. I could afford it. And I didn't see these as grueling days of sacrifices or expenses or obligations, but as a model of what forever learner means and a role model to my students and a moral obligation to my career path in service to Beverly. Just recently, Dr. Flaherty came to my room and admired a wall display that my students had created in the hallway. Inspired by the memoir Night, they had only 8 words to encourage those suffering to continue to fight. Photos were taken, compliments were exchanged, and I felt proud. The irony, it was not a lesson from the new pilot. It was not supplies that were available in the building, and it was not done on a whim. The activity was created, paid for, and designed by me, the teacher. And this is just a small micro lesson, not even my good stuff. It is one thing to be overworked, underpaid, and undervalued, but it is another to be the one condoning and allowing it. And so, as I said at the beginning of my testimonial, I am an expert at using my voice, and I'm using my voice to ask you to reject this budget. This budget does not address the financial needs of teachers and is not competitive or progressive. I ask you to put Beverly back out in front as the kind of district that attracts the best teachers and supports them fully to grow professionally and achieve greatness. I want my next 20 years to be as strong as fruitful as my first.
think we have about 12 more, and then I also have some written statements that we might have time to read into the record. So, name and address for the record.
Sure.
Name and addresses.
Hi, I am Lauren Sullivan. Oh, turn it on. That helps. Hi, my name is Lauren Sullivan. I am at 70 Bald Street. This is Michelle Flanagan, who is also at 70 Bald Street. We are collectively here to represent the overlooked preschool. We both love our jobs. We enjoy teaching and making connections with our students and our families. Over the years, it has become increasingly harder to keep up with the needs of the students. As you begin to vote for your school budget, we ask that you remember your youngest learners who deserve a strong education foundation. Early childhood education has been proven to provide a strong foundation for later academic, social, and emotional growth. Often, however, early childhood education is overlooked, undervalued, and underfunded. We have noticed a significant increase in the number of dysregulated students who are not emotionally available to learn. In order to meet the needs of all of our students, we need dedicated staff who are trained in early childhood education, emotional support, and deregulation. As it stands now, teachers are asked to wear many hats. In the integrated preschool, we are not only special educators, but we are regular educators too. We are now asked to be trauma and behavioral experts as well. It is not safe. Our teachers are being pulled in many directions, and we are currently lacking many of the supports necessary to provide our students with the most comprehensive education. We know that in order to meet the increasing needs of today's students, we need dedicated behavioral experts such as BCBAs and school adjustment counselors. Did you know that the preschool is the only school in the district that does not have a City Connects coordinator or a school adjustment counselor? We have a shared BCBA with other schools that are just as needy and understaffed as we are. As you evaluate the school budget for the next year, we are just plainly saying you must fund a program that has been grossly underfunded, understaffed, and undersupported. Thank you.
Denise Leiden, Laura Newton, Aaron Campbell.
Good evening. I am Denise Leiden. I live at 78 Water Street, and I'm a reading specialist here in the Beverly Middle School. I want to briefly tell you a little bit about the history of reading intervention in Beverly at the middle school level and why we need a fully funded school. We established this department 17 years ago at Bristol Middle School. I'm an original. My friend Megan Zimajewski is also an original of that team, and Shannon Fisichella joined us the following year. We started with six full-time reading specialists, and that's why I came here, because I knew that this district valued literacy. We valued reading, and we were committed to the kids of this district. And that's why I'm still here for 3 more years, June 2027. If I make it. It's almost past my bedtime as it is. So anyways, I feel you need a little bit of pick-me-ups, Ben. I appreciate you listening to all this evening. This program started, we provided Tier 1 reading support, or excuse me, let me correct that, Tier 1 reading instruction for 300 6th grade students. And we also provided Tier 2 intervention for 100 7th graders and 100 8th grade students. I can tell you that's pretty amazing, because I came from a little teeny tiny town of Alburg, Vermont, which is where I was teaching before I came here. We had a K-8 school of 256 kids. We could, I don't know, just teach school in this library. So anyways, over the course of 10 years, more foreign language teachers were added, and our team was reduced to 4 teachers. Using data and research-based reading instruction, we were able to reduce the 6th grade load so that we could better meet the needs of our students. As a result, our team was able to reduce the numbers of 7th and 8th grade students from 100 per grade in those reading classes in 2007 to 40 7th grade students and 50 8th grade students in 2017. Then we moved here. When we moved to BMS, the reading department was reduced to just myself. I don't know why, I was in total shock, and I didn't say anything. I'm not going to lie, I was overwhelmed to realize that I was now the only reading specialist in a building of almost 1,500 students. Sorry, I can't even breathe. Which include an entire new grade as well. Since then, reading positions were slowly added back to address the needs of students who are struggling. We currently have one reading specialist per grade, and I cannot believe that we are now facing the same situation after finally putting together a fully functioning program in place. While we, the adults, will be fine, I'd like you to consider the impact this has on our students. I'd like to start with this quote. I am going to go just a little bit longer, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let her speak.
All right. To be the teacher that notices the kids who don't get noticed. My day is filled with these students. I work in the underbelly of this school. I work with the kids who have fallen between the cracks and oftentimes just needs to be noticed or given the opportunity to succeed with a little bit of help. That is the role of the interventionist. We come alongside struggling students and we help them overcome. We fill in the gaps. And while the classroom teacher looks at the students' learning holistically, the interventionists find the struggle and help the students address it with the targeted strategies. One of these students I'd like to tell you about is a student who has many challenges. This student was overheard telling other students that they knew they would be successful because they were getting help from Mrs. Leiden. This student thanks me every time I work with them. The work I do matters to this student. This is just one of hundreds of students this department has helped over the years. Some of them have come back and worked in this school system, and more specifically, this Beverly Middle School. Eliminating these 2.2 positions will make it impossible to cover all the students' needs in this building. To be proactive and keep reading department intact, we'll need to be able to keep the ones who need only a little help from needing a lot of help down the road. And this will in turn save the district money in the future by preventing the increase in special ed referrals, as well as improving the ELA MCAS scores. You see, students who don't get the intervention when they need it sometimes can't overcome these learning struggles and go on to need individualized educational plans. And having a reading specialist in each grade level has allowed our school to identify these students, meet them where they are, and provide the targeted instruction that addresses lagging skills. Please don't take this important work away from these students. Please don't leave them unnoticed. Mayor Cahill and the school committee, I ask that you pass a budget that addresses the needs in the Beverly Public Schools. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on this important matter.
Thank you, Ms. Leiden. We have Lauren Newton, then we have Aaron Campbell, then Teresa Guillaume. Sorry, the handwriting is hard here. Mark Harrison, Melissa Adaricio, and Mike Collins. And then I have about 8 more after that.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And I'm going to try my best. We've heard from some amazing educators and community members tonight, and I am grateful for their support, and I would like to offer mine. My name is Laura Newton, and I live at 9 Gardner Street. I'm a speech-language pathologist at Centerville Elementary School. I grew up in a neighboring town, but my family roots have run deep in Beverly since before I was born, and they continue to today. My husband and I chose to settle in Beverly in 2012 when our first son was on the way. I felt instantly welcomed into a vibrant community with so much to offer that also strived to embody shared values of inclusion, equity, community, sustainability, and I knew that there was nowhere else I would want to raise my family. I now work in the school district in the community that I love, filling a role I am passionate about, with colleagues I care about and respect, and working with students who fill me with indescribable joy. Witnessing positive changes and initiatives in Beverly makes it evident we are living in a thriving, prosperous city. driving through Beverly, these changes are evident. To confirm this notion, Mayor Cahill has stressed publicly in recent days the soundness of our city's finances. He has championed initiatives for funding where he feels it is most needed in our community, while also letting us know that we have a robust reserve. I'm grateful for the advocacy you have on excuse me, sorry. I'm grateful for thinking of our community's needs and campaigning for funding to support the needs. But while I've been hearing a lot of talk for city projects, I have not heard any support for adequate funding while our educational support personnel are paid a poverty wage so low it would need to be doubled to be considered the minimum living wage. With educators holding advanced degrees being compensated with salaries on average 5 figures less than educators in neighboring towns. When educators are so overworked, under-resourced, and undercompensated that we are losing veteran educators and struggling to hire and retain qualified educators to replace them. I'm going to keep going, sorry. When we deny our educators humane parental leave when starting or growing a family, when administration's commendable push toward inclusion fell short by returning dozens of students from substantially separate classrooms and specialized out-of-district programs to general education classrooms without providing adequate staff training, personnel, or resources. When our special educators and related services providers have responsibility loads that could never be met without working so many hours outside of the school day that we sacrifice the needs of our own families. When the complexities of a post-COVID world are increasing the educational and social emotional needs of our students without resources being allocated to the district to meet these needs, with students attending elementary schools with leaking roofs, mold, and no climate control when temperatures soar in September and June, with pest problems so pervasive that rodent feces are regularly found in toy boxes at the preschool and in the instructional kitchens at the high school. Where our teachers are so committed to the students they serve that we sacrifice ourselves and our families to meet the growing needs of our student body, while with decreasing resources, while our hands are tied increasingly behind our backs.
Thank you so much. Erin Campbell.
I'm going to continue. I'm sorry. I want to make one more point. We know that significant amounts of ESSER funded that were earmarked and given to our district to help improve our schools and support our schools in a time of crisis were not spent on student-facing positions and addressing the most pertinent crises in our school. Through my kids, I've been exposed to this Gen Z social media trend toward luxury items. And when my boys ask me if we can afford this new novelty or that, I don't say no. I tell them we allocate our finite funds based on our values. We are responsible with our finances, we spend thoughtfully, and we invest wisely in what we believe in so we're always able to meet our needs comfortably in line with our values. Where we spend our money and where we allocate our money is a choice. Allocation of funds is a choice. Beverly is thriving, and we have the evidence to support that. Yet, our school district continues to be underfunded and neglected, and the most pressing needs ignored. And we are ignoring the needs of our most vulnerable population, the children. Please provide, Education we know is important, and this thriving community that is attracting so many new families will not be able to continue when we cannot maintain the school district that matches. I stand here tonight to request that you, elected and appointed members of the school committee, stand with me and my fellow educators with caregivers and with our students to demand that our elected officials make education a top priority, and to demand that our schools are fully funded to retain the best educators and to continue to meet the complex, changing needs of our students. I apologize for my extra time, and thank you for listening.
Madam President, how many more people are signed up?
We have a few duplicates that I'm trying to remove. We have Aaron Campbell, then Teresa Guillaume, Mark Harrison, Melissa Adaricio, Mike Collins, Jeff Kruniak, Connie Kruger, Keita Fisher, Kelly Hensey, and it looks like Phoebe Carter or Surter, Jennifer Cordy, and Nick Krafka.
I'm just going to observe that if everybody's lined up and goes 3 minutes and no longer, we're about another hour.
Yep.
How many letters have requested you read
The
them?
letters we can attach to our
suggesting-
minutes, yeah.
I was going to suggest maybe we'll post those on the website instead of reading
I
them.
think we might have
excuse
to. Some of them exceed 3 minutes as well. I tried to read them within 3 minutes. It's impossible. We will continue with Ms. Campbell, and we'll assess.
I'm going to request a 2-minute recess.
Motion for a recess.
Try not to, but have to.
Okay. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Is there any other committee member that would like to avail themselves?
Can you say the names again so we can line everybody out?
You want to speak?
Thank you so much. It seems like we have a couple more people who had actually requested to speak as well, so we have about a dozen left, and I hope we have enough lights. So, Ms. Campbell, will you start us off?
Good evening. My name is Erin Campbell, 40 Woodland Avenue. I'm the music teacher at Ayers. I was hired 25 years ago by our fine arts director, who is no longer with us, and now we're finding out that our librarians are no longer with us. It's very disappointing. When I started teaching 25 years ago, class size recommendations were the same as they are today. That was visited at the very beginning of this meeting. Sue said, Dr. Trocheck said, we have not changed these numbers for a really long time, and that's what I'm here to address tonight. Teaching looked really different 25 years ago. 25 years ago, when a teacher had 1 or 2 kids in a class that didn't seem to fit the norm, we would say things like, well, I don't know, I don't have the training to deal with that kid. I have these 22 other kids that I have to take care of, or that kid really belongs in a program. And we now know better, and we now do better, and we know that every kid is our kid, and every kid belongs in our buildings, and it is our job to meet kids where they are and take them to a new place. We are teaching every kid now. So teaching looks really different than it did then. We know that in teaching, content isn't as important as connection, that kids need to feel connected to their classmates and to their teacher in order to grow and to achieve. We have seen an exponential increase in dysregulated students, in social, emotional, and learning needs in our classrooms, and we are demanding exponentially more of our teachers every single day than we were 25 years ago. It is infinitely more feasible to connect with and foster growth in a class size of 16 to 18 students than it is in a class of 25. It is almost impossible in a class of 25 to connect with every single student when we have way more than 2 kids in every class that are dysregulated now and that have social emotional needs. Most parents would not invite 25 children to a birthday party. So why would we think that is the best learning environment for kids? It literally took a global pandemic for us to say, hey, let's get those class sizes down so we can social distance. And now we've put more, and then we put more student-facing personnel in buildings to work with those kids, and now that money is going away, but none of those needs are going away. So we are cutting teachers, we are cutting librarians, and we're increasing class sizes to numbers that haven't seen updating in 25 years. When we know better, we do better, and I ask that you reject and revisit this budget to fully fund the Beverly Public Schools and keep class sizes low for the children of Beverly. Thank you.
Teresa Guillaume, 502 Cabot. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for being present, and thank you for listening. I sit in front of you today as a mother of Sweet Boy in Miss Shackman's first grade class at Hannah Elementary, and as a social worker, the current outreach counselor at Beverly Middle School, where I've worked since October 2022. I am also one of the proud mentors of the BMS Garden Club and the Recycling Club. I was informed on Wednesday, April 24th at 2:30 that my position at BMS was being eliminated for the next school year, and it would be presented to the school committee that night. I was told it was not based on performance, but was due to budget constraints. I was never told my position would be eliminated when ESSER funding was ended. In fact, this has been a situation I've been all in since day one. Lisa Oliver, our building principal, has actually said that I'm like a dog with a bone, and I take that as a compliment. Given that the proposal is eliminated in a counselor and another student support staff, I think it's appropriate to consider the state of our students' mental health. I want to speak to you as an advocate, not for myself or a position, but as a voice for those who are not here, the students I support and the families. Our society remains in an acute mental health crisis. We need more mental health supports in schools, not less. According to the National Alliance on Mental Health, many mental health conditions first appear in youth and young adults, with 50% of all conditions beginning by age 14 and 75% by age 24. 1 in 6 youth have mental health conditions like anxiety or depression, but only half actually receive formal mental health services. There are students at BMS that have had increased behavior issues, including school avoidance, that is related to their mental health. They are not willing to commit to seeing an outpatient therapist, but will meet with me or another counselor. Schools are in a unique position to offer mental health support. Sometimes I do activities or even garden with students while we engage in counseling. Involvement in gardening presents various elements of physical exercise that have been shown to reduce an individual's perception of stress and to improve overall mental health. Early treatment is effective, and it can help young people stay in school and on track to achieving their life goals. In fact, the earlier treatment, the better the outcomes and the lower the cost for everyone. Unfortunately, far too often there are long delays before children and youth get the help they need. I have seen this firsthand with parents reaching out, sharing frustrations of trying to find a provider, having been on wait lists for months. During this time, the student is suffering, in no position to engage in learning. Through networking and connections, and because I am also a licensed independent clinical psychotherapist, I've been able to quickly access therapy. Delays in treatment lead to worsened conditions that are harder and costlier to treat. Untreated or inadequately treated mental health can lead to high rates of school dropout, unemployment, substance abuse, arrest, incarceration, and early death. Let's be clear, this impacts the entire community. I have done home visits with our school resource officer, where students and families share the many difficulties they face. Parents express desperation and desire to help navigating, accessing resources and assistance in reaching their child. The students display apathy and sometimes require daily check-ins to reinforce that they have trusted adults in the building and that people believe in them, that they matter. Through collaboration with families, we've been able to intervene and support. It is unfortunate, but important to remember that suicide is the second leading cause of death for ages youth 10 to 34. Schools can play an important role in helping children and youth access early treatment. Beverly, I call on you today to fully fund Beverly schools and to implore you to prioritize students' emotional health. When we invest in children, mental health, and ensure that they can access the right care at the right time, we improve the lives of children, youth, and families, and ultimately our communities.
Thank you, Ms. Adaricio, then Mr. Collins and Mr. Kruniak.
Melissa Adaricio, 78 Water Street. I have been teaching for 20 years, and I have proudly been an educator at AIRS for the last 13 years. Tonight, I'd like to tell the story of a student's educational journey through elementary school. This student, let's call him Mikey, started kindergarten in 2021. He had a wonderful teacher and a full-time but grossly underpaid paraprofessional in his classroom. There were 17 kids in his class. Together, these adults were able to lay the foundational skills for reading, writing, and math while addressing the social and emotional needs of this age group. The next year, Mikey went on to first grade. While he had the same number of students in his class, there was only one adult in his classroom this year. As the class began to learn to read, Mikey's teacher noticed he would benefit from some extra practice. The large school had 2 certified reading interventionists available to work with non-education students, and Mikey benefited from 20 minutes of small group support each day. These reading interventionists also helped so many other students in his school. Mikey's parents loved his first grade teacher and hoped his little sister would get her. They were sad to hear that over the summer, Mikey's teacher took a teaching position in a neighboring town that paid more competitive wages and offered paid parental leave. Summer came and went, and Mikey moved on to second grade. This year, he met a new friend, Susie. Susie had just moved to Beverly because her parents had heard how wonderful the school system was. To help Susie get acclimated, she attended a weekly lunch bunch group with the school's City Connects coordinator. Susie's teacher noticed she was missing some math skills and set her up to work with the school's math interventionist in a small group. This important position was currently being funded by ESSER money and was benefiting many students in grades K to 4. Next year, Mikey and Susie will be heading to third grade. Their parents had watched a school committee meeting last month. They learned that the school was eliminating teaching positions due to budget cuts, as well as no longer funding the student-facing interventionist positions that helped Mikey, Susie, and many of their peers. The third grade classes were projected to have 24 kids in it, the highest elementary classroom in the city. And next year, Susie and Mikey will take the state's MCAS test. Their parents worried about how the third grade teacher could effectively meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of 24 students with no additional support. not to mention prepare them for this all-important MCAS test they had heard about. They wondered if their children would get the attention they needed in this environment. Maybe they should look at private schools. Members of the school committee, to save the reputation of the Beverly Public Schools, to help Susie, Mikey, and their classmates continue to thrive, you must reject this proposed budget and fully fund our schools. Keeping class sizes low, having student-facing non-special education interventionist positions, paying our paraprofessionals a livable wage, and offering paid parental leave are non-negotiables at the Beverly Public Schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Collins. I live at 67 Lovett Street. I'm also a counselor here in the Student Support Program at Beverly Middle School, as well as a soccer coach at Beverly High School. First, I want to thank you all for your efforts and for being here, and a special thank you to our building administration who have been a great support to myself and our SSP team here at the middle school. 270 hours, the equivalent to about 38 workdays. This represents the minimum time each of our 4 SSP teachers has worked above and beyond their contract, from lost lunch and prep time due to inadequate staffing this year alone. These same teachers are verbally abused almost daily and have been hit, kicked, spit on, and bit, but without fail show up. They put their own needs aside to prioritize the needs of our students while regularly sacrificing their lunch and prep time to do so. Our teachers in the Student Support Program serve students who face challenges related to trauma, mental health diagnoses, autism, reading disabilities, substance use, chronic absenteeism, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. In this program, we strive to give these students our best. Our SSP teachers teach multiple grade levels in a substantially separate setting, while simultaneously working diligently to support our students who attend class in the general education setting. However, despite best practices and efforts, unexpected behaviors occur that require the immediate attention of multiple staff members. In a program that is understaffed, this results in student schedules being disrupted, classes becoming overcrowded, and a complete loss of instructional time, not to mention risking safety even when fully staffed. Over the years, we have consistently advocated for the appropriate staffing, and finally, a 4th teacher was added to our team this year. Students have begun to meet success, and we have seen them make progress socially, emotionally, and academically. At times, things have even felt manageable. This is why I'm especially disappointed to see that this budget proposal calls for the elimination of one of our SSP teachers and our school outreach counselor, who's often required to support our program when we are understaffed. This is not the first time we've expressed our concerns regarding the lack of appropriate staffing. The response we have received has been, we need to be creative with our solutions and do your best to carve out at least 15 to 20 minutes to have lunch. We have done our best, and we will continue to do so. But unfortunately, this problem does not require a creative solution. It requires more staff. I'm afraid that this budget takes from our students who already need the most and asks more of our teachers who already give the most. This is not sustainable and ultimately dangerous. So I ask you to help us create a program that gives our teachers time to plan enriching lessons and help our most vulnerable students find success. This SSP team will continue to go above and beyond. But I ask you, would any of you work for 38 days without pay? And if our SSP teachers had those 38 days back, what could above and beyond look like then? What type of amazing programming could we create? Because our schools, our teachers, our students deserve nothing less than amazing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ketia, and I live at 37 Abbott Street, and I am a parent to 2 elementary school kids at Cove. I echo what everybody else said, and it's astounding to hear how much this budget situation will be affecting our educators. But from a parent's standpoint, I can't believe that this is something we have to speak or even take a stand on. I don't know the ins and outs of the city budget and how things get allocated, but I do know that our children deserve adequate support and access to receive a well-rounded and equitable education. They deserve access to a current library, to a real educated librarian, and not just parent volunteers who are just doing their best. They deserve to learn how to navigate a library. They deserve to fall in love with books which they may not otherwise have access to. They deserve teachers who are not stretched so thin that they cannot support them as well as they would like. They deserve to have teachers teaching them and not having to subsidize a lesson with an iPad due to large teacher-to-student ratios. They deserve to have support if they cannot regulate or are in crisis. We should not have to choose which aspect of our learning our children should have access to. Eliminating whole grades in some of our elementary schools is unreasonable and a sure way to overwhelm teachers with a large class sizes. A way for struggling students to fall through the cracks and a way for behavioral issues to exacerbate. Our teachers deserve more. They deserve fair and competitive pay. They deserve funding and not to be stretched so thin that they may leave a beloved profession. They deserve reasonable pay that does not force them to get another form of income just to get by. They deserve reasonable parental leave. They deserve to be treated like the professionals they are. Beverly deserves better. Thank you.
Just going to pause for 1 second to say we also have some members of the public that are in this list. So after Mr. Kruniak, we will hear from Connie Kruger and Matt Farah. Then we have Kelly Hensey. I think it's Phoebe Carter, Jennifer Cordy, and then Nick Krafka. Sorry, Mr. Krafka, but we have some other people signed up.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Kruniak. I'm a resident of Beverly, 48 Conant Street, and I am a proud Beverly teacher of 16 years, 10 years at North Beverly Elementary School, and 6 years here at the middle school. Over those 15, 16 years, I've witnessed firsthand the worrisome transformation of our youth. Social media and outside of school conflicts are just two battles we teachers deal with each day. And then there's attendance. Attendance is a whole nother battle. The Department of Education pays for a radio ad asking parents to send their kids to school. Think about that. I was driving here, listening to highlights of the Tom Brady roast. They go to commercial. We got Cars for Kids. We got O'Reilly Auto Parts. And the Commissioner of Education is asking parents to send their kids to school. That's where we are. Counselors and paras are equally as important as content area teachers. They help get kids in the door. At a recent negotiation meeting, we were told that paras are essential for student success as they build relationships and assist with social emotional growth. Please don't tell us something we don't know. Give them the respect they deserve, pay them a livable wage. We all thought COVID were unprecedented times, but for us teachers in Beverly, 2024 and beyond are truly unprecedented, unpredictable, and potentially underfunded. And you have control of that. Please do something.
I was on the list. Good evening. Oh, yeah. I think after all those people, I know to turn it on. So I had all these notes in a document, but I was scribbling the whole time we were here, so I figured out that I needed to actually go get my phone out of my car and read it from there. My name is Connie Kruger. I am a resident of Beverly. I live on Seward Ave. I have two kids that went through the Beverly Public Schools, Cove School, Briscoe, and the high school. I now have a granddaughter at Cove, and today I read to her class in the library. I brought my own book. There's a reason for that. The collections are really in need of wonderful, tremendous updating, and I will get to that in a minute. I searched for a book on climate change because I know that would be something that would be in any library these days. It's on the lips of every person who's on the radio or doing a speech. It's on the president's list. There was no book on climate change. There was one, however, on global warming, something we do never talk about anymore. This book was published in 2007. 2007. Any book that's a science book that's more than about 7 or 8 years old deserves to be put in the recycle bin. And this is 2007, which shows you how the libraries have been neglected. the library that my kids had at Cove School in their years there between 88 and 97, the library was in a locker room off the all-purpose room. The books were smelly and ripped and nasty, and all the time that they were there, and they never brought a book home. I was working at the time as a music teacher in Marblehead, and I visited the libraries there a lot. Each elementary school had a full-time professional librarian, and I would get the books there that I wanted to read. But the contrast between what Marblehead had to offer and what Beverly had to offer was just startling. I was disgusted. After that, I actually became a member of the Beverly School Committee. I was still working in Marblehead at the time, and then ended up going back to school for a master's in library science. It was inevitable. But I was on the committee for 8 years in the 90s, and my committee brought in the building plan that renovated the 5 new elementary schools and added the McEwen School, which was because enrollments suggested that, and also laid some of the groundwork for this school and the high school to be at least put on the docket. We didn't work on that. So, 30 seconds. Oh, God, talk faster. Anyway, to libraries. To say that gotta find my place here. Sorry. To say that someone who's not a librarian, a professional librarian, can do the job is counterintuitive. Absolutely impossible. I worked with volunteers. I had a volunteer coordinator, and I worked in the Linfield Public Schools for 19 years. We had a librarian in each school. Each elementary school had their own librarian. I was a new position because I recognized the need for a qualified person in each place, and we also ended up having part-time aides. But the things that I did could never be duplicated by people who do not have the training, the qualifications, the skills, the degree, and to suggest that is just doesn't work. So I will just jump ahead here. So, people who stay this long should get to talk longer, right? And you cannot, I'll just nail a few more points, but you can't leave a library in the hands of volunteers or in people that are not trained. The collections the collections just don't survive. And the fact that this book is still in the library and hasn't been taken off the shelf and recycled is just ridiculous. People have different skills. Librarians do so much more for the kids and for the teachers, providing resources, managing the budget. I oversaw 2 renovation plans of the 2 schools where I worked for my 25 years as a librarian. It just isn't acceptable. There needs to be more money. The city needs to support the schools. We shouldn't be here. Just as a point of interest, the Lexington Public Schools elementary library page has avatars for their 5 full-time professional librarians, 1 for each school. Why can't we have that? There's no reason that Beverly should have to settle for less than the absolute best education. The city needs to provide more. Thank you.
Good evening. Dr. Matt Ferreira, 135 Hale Street. I have 3 children at Cove Elementary School. I also happen to be an associate superintendent for finance and operations at a public school district. So I am here to support our tremendous teachers. I have 5 school boards and a joint board, numerous committees. I'm out most evenings. This is the last place I want to be this evening. But this is important. Our budget is important, our students are important, our staff and our teachers are important. I also want to acknowledge the difficult decisions that our school leadership and our school committee face. While I absolutely love Beverly, it's an amazing city. I think we all can agree to that. we don't adequately fund education in this city. It's a fact. And we haven't done so for many years. This isn't a new problem. I actually hope this brings attention to the issue. This makes it extremely challenging for our administration. They are challenged with, operating successful, high-performing schools and meeting all the needs of our students without the resources that they require. I empathize with the administration. They've had years of underfunding, and they are forced. They need to support the school committee's budget, whether it's a tenable budget or not. That's their responsibility. But consider this. Consider that Beverly ranks 259th in the state out of 308 school districts in per pupil expenditures. We spend approximately $3,000 less per student than the state average. A gentleman earlier mentioned the $5 million deficit here at the middle school. It's $15 million at state average funding across the entire school district. That is embarrassing. Net school spending is similarly at the bottom of the barrel, 194th out of 294 school districts. Beverly, we all know, is a coastal community. We're well-resourced. We have significant residential and business tax base. We're not the state average. Why are we shortchanging our students $15 million a year? And what does this mean? It forces our administration to cut corners. It means we hire less teachers with inappropriately large class sizes for our children. Our average class size is ranked 314th in the state. 314th. And we are looking to cut additional teachers? That's ridiculous. I was astounded by the class sizes in my elementary school classes. May I have a few minutes, please, sir? How are our teachers expected to provide individualized instruction to our students, teaching our students foundational literacy and math skills with 20 plus students in a class? That is untenable. This is particularly difficult due to our lack of RTI, or lean RTI, right? I personally had a situation with my kids where they were not provided Tier 2 intervention. They now have a reading IEP. That's what happens, and that is short-sighted, and it costs the district more money. These large class sizes are unfair to our students and are unfair to our teachers. Speaking of teachers, our lack of school funding means we don't pay them. We rank 166th in the state in average teacher salary. Again, we pay our teachers less than the state average. What does this mean? It means we struggle to retain our great teachers, and it makes it more difficult to hire new, high-quality teachers. We rank 248th in the state in teacher retention. We retain 84.8% of our teachers on an annual basis. That's ridiculous. We're right. Boston, 84.6%. That's Boston Public Schools, everyone, in receivership, essentially. I bring up just a few data points. I could go on how we're forced to cut corners and shortchange our students, teachers, and staff. But what I ask you for today is to fund our schools, provide our teachers a competitive and fair contract, and I challenge the superintendent and the school committee to advocate for a minimal level of funding from our city. Minimal. And that does not mean 100% net school spending. That's not 120% net school spending, which is what we are currently at. The foundation budget is a foundation. Our students deserve an entire house. That requires local funding. We should be funding public education well above the state average, but at a minimum, let's hit the state average, right? I understand that the city charter provides the city unilateral control over the school budget. However, it is your job to advocate for additional funding. It is really your most important job. and a key metric for your success. The school committee should be evaluating the superintendent on this metric, and I, for one, am evaluating the school committee on this metric. Everyone should be evaluating the mayor on this metric. Currently, based on that metric, we're at unsatisfactory, needs improvement. And I, for one, will be that being said, I will be cheering you on, and I support you. Education is a top priority in my family. My wife is a school psychologist. My entire family are educators. Because our students and our teachers need you. There's this perception that Beverly has great schools. However, if we continue to underfund education, our assessment scores and achievement levels will decline, and that reputation will quickly change, and voters will take notice. I believe that our leadership, teachers, and staff have the capability to do great things. Please give them the resources to do so. They are currently overachieving based on the level of support the city is providing. I am confident our community would support shifting funding from other city functions to our schools in order to educate our children. Invest in our students and we will see far-ranging results across our city. Invest in our children, invest in our future. In conclusion, we all know a school budget is a reflection of a community's values. That's been said earlier tonight. Please bring forth a budget that reflects our values. I know this budget does not reflect my values, and I do not believe it reflects anyone, certainly in this room, and the broader Beverly community's values. Thank you.
It's okay, I can keep waiting.
No, well, I don't know. I'm just looking. Kelly Hensey?
Kelly Hensey?
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 Netherton Ave, special ed? No. Phoebe, I think it's Carter, could be Carter.
Phoebe Carter?
Jennifer Cordy.
Jennifer Cordy? She went home.
It's all yours.
Oh, here we go. Okay. I don't think the DTA is planned on me closing. All right. Yeah, no. I'm no more Rivera. We'll see how this goes. Okay. My name is Nick Krafka. I am one of the co-band directors here at Beverly Middle School. For those of you who I don't know, just to introduce myself quickly, Beverly is a very special place to me. I met my wife here, and she and I co-direct the middle school band program here. What that means is that we teach in the same classroom every day and live with each other and commute with each other in my 10-year-old Toyota Prius. Under our stewardship, the band program has grown 88% here at BMS, up to almost over 220 kids. And last night, our jazz band scored their second ever in the story history gold medal at the Reading Jazz Festival. They played a killer set. It was awesome. So as I was saying, my wife and I are both BPS employees. When we got married a few years ago, we were trying to buy a house and we were quickly priced out of Beverly, so we had to search around. We ended up settling in Salem, New Hampshire, where we have a 45 to 55 minute commute. Every single town that I travel through, I would be paid more if I worked there. If I worked in Methuen, that is a $5,784 gross annual raise. If I worked in North Andover, it is a $12,879 gross annual raise. If I worked in the Masconomet Regional School District, that is a $10,859 gross annual raise. If you want to look back at any of the other numbers, I think from our previous speaker, you know you're getting a good bang for your buck with me and my wife. I bring this to you all because, as has been said many times, we don't believe this current budget reflects our values. Going forward, when my wife got pregnant and gave birth at the end of last year, she gave birth after the school year was over. Even though she had worked in Beverly Public Schools for 11 years, she got 0 paid days of maternity leave. Not one. Every day off she took, which she would do 10 out of 10 again, was unpaid. So we had to figure that out. Once she came back, thankfully, we got to work together again. And we are now pushing towards our end of the year festivities, and you'll be hearing about field trips and other performances that I'm sure you'll be getting asked to chaperone. So When it comes to values, I feel like I know a lot about the community because I interact with the community on a personal level many times throughout the year. I have seen Mayor Cahill, Dr. Chirochek, and Dr. Flaherty at many, if not all, of our music performances. They are fastidious attendees and enthusiastic supporters. I have gone on field trips with many of our school committee members whose children have performed at our festivals. I feel like I know that you care about what we do here, and I feel like you know this budget, as the kids would say, is not it. I don't think a single Beverly parent would see us perform a concert and come up to me and say that we don't deserve as much money as a music teacher in North Andover. I don't think a single one of you would say to me after a show, we don't deserve as much money as someone in Methuen or someone in Masconomet. I just don't think you would do that. I think you value us more than that, and I need you to now put actions behind those words. Please come up with a budget that represents your values and what you have told me in person you value us as. Please come up with a budget that respects our value professionally, what we bring to the community and to the kids every single day. Please vote this budget down and work with us so that we can help convince the town and the city of Beverly that our schools need more and deserve more. Thank you.
Okay, a couple of these letters are definitely extended. We will make these available because I'm going to read them and probably butcher them, and I apologize. But I will get through them as quickly as we can because we do want to return to our recessed regular school committee meeting for some of our additional agenda items. Okay, this first one comes from Dr. Jenny Rebecca Falsetta, 26 Matthews Street. Dear President Abel, Mayor Cahill, and esteemed members of the school committee. As the parent of a BPS student and a fellow educator, I am writing in support of the Beverly Teachers Association, the hardworking educators and ESPs who support our children's learning every day. First and foremost, I fully endorse the proposed 12 weeks of paid parental leave for new parents. Oh boy. Thank you. Oh, okay. I've been watching that all night. You think I'd learn? Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, so this is a fellow educator in support of the Beverly Teachers Association, ESPs, who support children's learning every day. First and foremost, I fully endorse the proposed 12-week weeks of paid parental leave for new parents. Dedicated, anxious leave time at the arrival of a new child increases family health. Oh, unanxious leave, sorry. Parents with paid leave are more likely to be productive and better adjusted upon the return to the workplace. Furthermore, paid parental leave correlates with higher long-term teacher retention rates. During the COVID pandemic, public school teachers were lauded for their heroic efforts to keep learning on track and to care for students during a disruptive and sometimes frightening time. While COVID is, and we fervently hope, no longer a threat to the daily operation of schools, teachers continue to address the gaps in learning and socialization resulting from the pandemic lockdown. Many proposals in the association's bargaining platform would strengthen teachers' abilities to meet students where they are as learners and developing humans. Having reviewed the proposals regarding class size, I heartily support the reasonable maximums proposed. Each additional student in a class dilutes both the instructor's attention and the quality of education for the learners. If smaller class sizes translate into the need to hire more teachers, then so be it. No parent has ever complained about their child getting too much quality instructional time from a teacher. As a public higher education professional, I can attest to the increase in mental health struggles and neurodivergence within the student population. The need for additional supports and individuated instruction is greater than ever. In addition to sustainable class caps, the BTA has called for specific and concrete assistance for students experiencing dysregulation, including therapeutic interventions, increased employee training, and additional mental health staffing. It can be a very difficult time to be a young person, more even as a parent than as an educator. I urge the committee to support these proposals. Thank you for considering my remarks that educator working conditions are student learning conditions. It is a fact, and I have faith this truth will guide the city's priorities and budget decisions. Respectfully. This next one arrives from Michael Brooks with a phone number, no address. We'll have to look that up. Thanks for taking the time to consider various points of view. Budget cuts are inherently difficult topics. From my perspective, nearly all research on how a class size impacts student test scores and progress identifies having smaller classes as a critical factor for success. This is especially true for elementary school levels. I'd respectfully like to hear why it is viewed as acceptable to cut third grade teachers across the elementary schools. As a parent, I would much rather have cuts occur at the administrative and program levels, and every ounce of resource possible going to the benefit and retention of great teachers. I'm going to save this one. This one will probably be posted. It doesn't have a local address, and it's very long. I'll go, so that's Frogat. Thank you. This is McKay, Jessica McKay. It's also missing a local address. We have the local email. Dear Mayor Cahill, I am writing to you because I have a great concern about the proposed budget cuts for the 25 school budget. One of my daughters, who is in one of the Beverly Elementary schools, has been diagnosed with, this one's to be read, right? Yeah, it just says to read this at the Wednesday's meeting. Okay. Has been diagnosed with autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and epilepsy. Despite all of these things, she is thriving, which is a direct result of the support she has received. She has had the support of a paraprofessional in the general education classroom since kindergarten. This and the additional support she receives has enabled her to achieve great success, and she is a happy, smart, and social child. Should you proceed with the proposed cuts to the paraprofessional positions, the enrollment capacity for the SSP and language-based programs, what you would be doing is denying access to the curriculum for future Beverly students. I can assure you that in doing so, many families would be faced with the decision to retain advocates and/or attorneys, which would likely result in the district having to fund out-of-district placements, which would cost far more than the funding of a paraprofessional position, which can be shared across multiple students. So make the fiscal and just decision here. Find the funding for the existing staff that enables children like mine to access the education that they so deserve. Thank you for please reading this aloud at Wednesday's meeting. Thank you, Jessica McKay. This next one is Amanda Giacometti, 22 Amherst Road. This is way longer than 3 minutes. I'm going to actually put this one aside. It will be on the website. She thanks us all for our time and commitment and thanks us for hearing her concerns. We will read that later. This one is from Lori Groff. Her email is Lori, her signature is Laura. Hi, please read the following aloud at tonight's meeting. My name is Laura Groff, and I'm a resident of William Street in Beverly. I have 4 children in the school district. I'm also a paraprofessional at Ayers. I work in the Learning Center, supporting students who meet the requirements for IEPs and 504 plans. Our district has a desperate need for substitute teachers. When paraprofessionals are constantly pulled to sub, we are not able to do our job. Let me provide real-life numbers. Since September, I have been asked to sub 76 times. Those 76 times resulted in over 10,500 minutes or 177.5 hours that I was not working with my students. Being pulled to sub consistently hurts both the students and their learning progress. Teachers and staff are entitled to their professional and sick days, and the district needs to have a plan in place for us to take them without jeopardizing the students' learning. Please find a way to provide more substitute teachers in the district. Thank you, Laura. This one is from Julia Hinkman Francavilla. Good afternoon. I'm writing as a parent of a 5th grade student at Cove School. Thank you for your time and efforts to make our school system great. My 2 concerns are regarding the impact on Cove, but I am certainly supportive of the adequate teaching and library supports in all schools. My two concerns over cutting the elementary school librarian and reducing the third grade will certainly impact two of your district goal areas, including creating conditions that create equity, innovative practices, and the rigorous and consistent curriculum. Please consider keeping the elementary library position, as even the U.S. Department of Ed states very clearly, quote, "A school librarian provides personalized learning environments and offers equitable access to resources to ensure a well-rounded education for every learner." And then there's a piece cut off. It says October, but it doesn't have the rest of the year. Taken from the official blog of the Department of Education. Furthermore, dropping a teacher from a school where every grade has 4 classes disrupts consistency and readiness of teachers for each year, subsequently impacting teachers and their quality of life and readiness to return to their appreciated teaching positions. Lastly, new students arrive throughout the year. In our experience, at least 6 new students arrived in our kindergarten class last year, which, should this happen again, would significantly impact the numbers for 3 classes. Thank you for considering this email. Sincerely, Julia Hinkman Francavilla. This is the last one I've printed, and we had received more, and I believe we have some committee members that have some as well. This one is from Susie Hurley, 256 Lothrop Street. To Resident Voice, I'm very disappointed to see all the cuts being made throughout our school and want to voice my support to fully fund our schools. I'm going to focus on the elementary school librarian position being cut. I have volunteered at the Cove Library for a number of years since my current 5th grader was in 1st grade, and it was embarrassing how outdated the books were when I started. They were moldy books, ones with water damage, not to mention the books that have language or character representations that are now considered inappropriate. Part of the reason it got to that point was because volunteers were not allowed to enter new books or remove old books from the catalog because those actions require a certified librarian. Over the past 2 years, with the guidance and dedication of our librarian, Laura Brosnan, there have been significant improvements. Laura's hard work updating the library is giving students the opportunity to check out books that better represent our student population, reflect current trends, and recent advances in science, technology, culture, sports, and different learning styles. The proposed cuts to the librarian position and budget will not only set the school back, but also miss out on the opportunity of success we had. Our librarian has been able to accomplish so much over the past 2 years and is just getting the library to a place where the library could include a curriculum on digital literacy, inquiry skills, and evaluation of sources. This would teach them to think critically and provide resources and support for all different learners' needs. The bottom line is that the loss of our librarian and its budget will negatively impact our students. Susie Hurley, 256 Lothrop. I locate the others in my email.
I want to thank the parents who reached out to share letters. I'm only going to read the one that explicitly asked to be read because some of them do have personal information that I would not want to share publicly without permission. This letter is from Andrea Taylor in Ward 2 in Beverly. Hello, Dr. Mackenzie DeFranza. I'm writing as a resident of Ward 2, and I would like this letter of support for our Beverly educators to be read aloud at the May 8th budget hearing. Our son Henry is a 4th grader at Cove Elementary School, entering Beverly Middle School in the fall. We live downtown and consider ourselves so lucky to be part of the incredibly supportive, caring, brilliant, and loving family of Cove teachers, paras, and staff. As we can all agree, the past 5 years have been nothing short of typical. What started as your average kindergarten year grinded to a halt with the pandemic, and our Cove family proved that they would stop at nothing to support kids and their families by providing ways to learn and connect during unprecedented times, practically without skipping a beat. Our teachers never gave up, no matter how hard things got. And right now, we as caregivers in the Beverly community are not going to give up on them. I'm selfishly terrified about the cuts our schools are faced with, especially when it comes to the paras and special education at BMS. Henry just qualified for a 504, something his teachers at Cove saw that he desperately needed. It was crucial that we secured this before 5th grade so that we could succeed academically next year. But if we cut paras and special education teachers, where does that leave our students who are now on 504s and IEPs? I know I am not the only caregiver in panic mode thinking, will my child actually get the services they're legally entitled to? or will they slip through the cracks because our city can't find the money in the budget to pay these talented, selfless educators who just want to help our kids succeed, and how is this acceptable? I don't know what I'm going to do if my child cannot have his 504 needs met because we simply do not have the staff. I think about the stress that the classroom teacher is faced with in these situations, and it isn't fair to anyone. My heart hurts thinking about the uphill battle of our educators and staff are now up against. As caregivers, we will not stand and let any of them or our kids fall down that hill. Not in a city like Beverly. Teachers, paras, administrators, and staff know that we stand by you for the long haul. Sincerely, Andrea Taylor.
Okay, I have an email from Emily Lund, but are you present? And did you prefer to? She left, okay, yeah. She had sent this and then realized she could speak in person and then apparently left. So I'll read. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to advocate for fully funded schools. The proposed cuts will increase classroom sizes and cut teachers and staff, including. This would be a critical loss considering schools are already overcrowded and short-staffed. In addition, teachers are leaving on their own terms due to the lack of competitive pay, stressful and under-supported classroom environments, increase in behavior and disciplinary issues, and much more. I would also like to advocate for the district librarian. I volunteer at the school library, and it finally feels like 2024. Prior to this year, I have found books with countries that no longer exist, racist terminology, books that are heavily damaged, and just very dated. This year, the library is getting better organized, better representing the school population, and has books the kids are excited to check out. Thank you, Emily Lund. We'll need to grab an address. I am looking. Did I do Hurley? I did Hurley. Is there anyone in the audience that feels I didn't read the messages? I did, but it says specifically do not read. Yeah, right at the top, do not read, but please no. Yes. Okay, so I will very quickly try to summarize these two. Well, there's one longer letter. This other one, it doesn't seem to be from our community, so I'll post it. Dear, this is address Amanda Giacometti, 22 Amherst Road, Beverly, Mass. First paragraph is a thanks, and then I have been involved in the Beverly School District for the past 10 years as a parent, active volunteer, and even an employee for a time, and consider myself fortunate to have made friends and acquaintances with educators in our district throughout the years. I've seen firsthand the endless hours, dedication, passion, love, and even struggles so many of our educators in district have had with and for their professions and students. It's discouraging to see that cuts in the budget for the upcoming year, especially in areas that involve more specialized and intensive areas such as our counselors, specialists, paraprofessionals, interventionists, and the REACH and BevCam programs, and special education. It's understandable how some of these positions that were funded by ESSER grants were given out during COVID and are no longer available, and therefore due to a seemingly lack of these funds, the positions need to be cut. However, I wonder how the district would have planned to keep these positions funded moving forward, knowing the funds would eventually run out and the cuts would potentially have to be made. Every cut leads to children and educators in the district being affected in one way or another, whether it be larger class sizes, not receiving services that are needed, caseloads that aren't realistic, less helping hands in the classroom, etc. It is often the case to strive for what is ideal, but oftentimes what is most needed is to step back and look at what is realistic. We are doing a disservice to our students if we are not providing all the resources needed. In that way, that is the most accessible for everyone at all times. We are also doing a disservice not only to our students, but to our educators if we are not providing them with a reason to want to stay in our district, whether that be pay increases, time off, training opportunities, etc. The district states their strategic initiative is implementation of Universal Design for Learning, UDL, and multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, to address students' academic needs with a focus on increasing opportunities for learners. That was a quote. The district is committed to, quote, ensuring the whole child approach to success, end quote. This is an amazing ideal, but the proposed cuts in the budget will not, in my opinion, help this ideal become a reality. I would challenge the committee to ask themselves, quote, how can we be looking ahead to ensure the district has the proper staffing and funding to give children and youth of Beverly the best education for them and the education they deserve? Okay, now I might need to summarize a bit more. So there's another quote for our core values, another quote, it's just a lot of quotes from our website. I will jump down to her own. The paraprofessionals, interventionists, and specialists in the district are oftentimes on the front lines, day in and day out, and deserve better. These individuals are often faced with intense situations that may arise with the student throughout the day and the school day, and then in turn have to forego meeting with students and their caseload. Furthermore, we as a district should not be providing contracts that make it hard for educators to pass up a better opportunity elsewhere. In the first months of school this year, one of my children experienced 3 different teachers for their foreign language. This same teacher has gone through 2 math teachers this year. Another child abruptly lost at least 2 of their teachers during the first half of the school year. This seems to be becoming more of a common trend over the last few years, and it's hard for not only our students, but the new educators who come in as the replacement to simply adjust and expect no negative outcomes. For some students, this school is their safe place, and trusting relationships are cautiously formed between themselves and a teacher who ignites the desire to want to learn and grow more. A staff member like this abruptly leaving can have a devastating effect on the student. I've heard firsthand from my children how the size of their class impacts their learning overall and their overall school experience. Over the years, the class sizes are trending larger, which can be a disservice to our students and our educators, as they cannot give their attention to the students and that the students deserve. With larger class sizes, more time is taken out of the day to refocus and redirect students, and the opportunity for teaching in smaller group settings, which is valuable educational, can become more challenging. A few more quotes. Our class sizes are getting bigger, but the supports need to help with this many in the class. It is also getting smaller, which feels unbalanced. There is so much more educators do on a daily basis than what is observed in a quick glance. Follow-ups, paperwork, grading, referrals, meetings, and more take up precious time for our educators, which they could be devoting to our students. It is my hope to see our educators in the Beverly School District receive the support and resources they deserve for the proposed 2025 budget to be reconsidered for our educators, ensure our educators feel supported and equipped to do the jobs most effectively. Outside of the students' home, school is where students spend the majority of their day. With the amount of time our educators are privileged to spend with our students, they have the power to bring tremendous change to our students' lives, whether they're being recognized for extra support services that might be needed, a change in a mental or physical health, or the ability just to simply come alongside a student to let them know they matter. Let's prove the students in Beverly that they do matter and find ways to bring extra support across the board in our district, because when our students thrive, our schools will thrive. Thank you for your time and patience in hearing our concerns, and thank you to the people who entrust their children in your care. And that's amended with committee. Okay. I think we did it, right? I just will look around the room. Were there any more speakers who wish to be recognized in this public hearing before I call for it to close? I see no hands. May I have a motion to adjourn the public hearing of May 8th?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms.
Second.
Visnick.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Coelho. All those in favor? Okay, 10:33. As a reminder, we're going to pick up the regular school committee meeting in just 2 minutes. I think we need a brief recess. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. BevCam, are you ready? Okay, welcome back. Thank you for indulging that brief recess. We are now calling back to order the regular school committee meeting of Beverly Public Schools for May 8th, 2025. Thank you for those who are sticking with us. We rushed through a couple of necessary votes, but we have a few other items that we do need to pass this evening. We have our items by consensus. This is a recommended motion for the items in warrants listed as A, B, C, and D on the agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
Oh, seconded.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Visnick and Mayor Cahill. Any questions? No, all those in favor? 7-0, thank you. For the school committee chair updates, I will be moving all of these to our next committee of the whole meeting. This is our, so A, we did take care of. B, C, D, and E, we will move that to our committee of the whole. For finance and facilities, Ms. Visnick, you have a couple of budget transfers, a new creation of a student account, a DESI grant, and some gifts to schools. Would you like me to read those real quickly, just so we can get some of the finance?
Because I'm still eating my dinner,
Sure.
that would be lovely.
Okay.
So moved.
The recommended motion is the Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities has recommended the acceptance with gratitude of March 2024 gifts of $5,075.40. So Mayor Cahill has made that motion.
Second.
Thank you, Jeffrey Silva. We gratefully acknowledge $5,075.40 as shown on the attachment. All those in favor? 7-0.
Now listen, I'll take back over because you got to read all those letters. I feel bad. I finished my dinner. Thank you.
Okay, so start on the back page. Thanks.
The,
Wasn't a very hearty dinner.
That's a granola bar. A little less healthy than your orange. Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities brings forward budget transfers numbers 752 and numbers 1343 for your approval. I'm making that motion.
Okay, you've made that motion. I will second the motion.
Any questions, comments, complaints? Here we go.
All in favor? 7-0.
Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities is bringing forward a new student activity account. Basically, every year, our plan is we approved a while ago all the ones that already exist, and now every time a new one comes up, like a new graduating class, it will be brought forward and voted upon. And so the Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities is recommending the approval of the attached BHS new student activity account. That is my motion.
Second.
Thank you. And it was attached in our packet. All those in favor? 7-0.
Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities recommends the approval of the attached Beverly 2024 grants totaling $45,975. That's broken kind of in half, $12,975 from DESI and $33,000 in private grants. That is my motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any questions? All those in favor? 7-0.
A Standing Committee on Finance and Facilities brings forward for a first reading 3 policies related to food services. And yet again, we're going to try to bring forward the procurement requirements policy. Mayor Cahill, I sent that to you and whatever 2 lovely individuals.
Madam President,
Yes.
the lovely city individuals, both 2 thumbs up approve.
All right, well, this is just the first reading, so that's
Oh, okay.
fantastic. So next meeting, we'll have them for a second reading, and we'll be able to hopefully approve those.
Thanks. And I'll qualify, the reason I'm skipping the policies that I had under the chair, it's for a second reading, and I think we just needed to have some more conversation with those. Also, it is a school committee draft calendar. I'd like everyone to make sure they take a look at it so we're ready to vote at our next meeting. Okay, Standing Committee on Curriculum Instruction Student Life, I kind of cut you short and just had the approval for that foreign language curriculum purchase, but is there anything else you wanted to report out this evening?
No, but I believe everyone was here to see we had an abbreviated meeting. So we will have some policies to bring forward at our next meeting to discuss. But otherwise, we're just looking to approve this curriculum material because there is a time-sensitive aspect to it. So we did report out on this the last meeting, I believe, and so there was a request to purchase new foreign language curriculum resources, and our committee recommended that we approve that. So we just need to vote and see if there are any questions. So I'm making a motion that we approve those.
Second.
We did
Sorry.
that before the recess, I think. I rushed it through on you. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, okay, because I was going to say we discussed that before, but.
Yes,
No?
yes.
Okay.
Yep. So I think we're good.
Got it.
But your next meeting, you
We're
will
all set.
pick up the items that weren't
Yes.
addressed tonight. Okay.
Yep.
And negotiations, our next scheduled meeting with the BTA is May 23rd. Policy Review Subcommittee hasn't met since last time. And communications from school committee members. Is there anything urgent that we need to bring to the table? Okay, with that, the chair, yes.
There was a public hearing and
Oh, thanks. The chair is now going to make the motion that we move to meet in executive session pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A, for purposes 7 and 3, and not to return to open session. Purpose 7 is to review and approve the minutes from the executive session meeting of April 24th, 2024. And Purpose 3 is to discuss strategy with respect to and in preparation for the collective bargaining with BTA and AFSCME units, because an open discussion may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the committee, and not to return to open session.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Visnick. We will do a roll call vote as required. Mayor Cahill,
aye.
Kimberly Coelho,
Yes.
Somebody's getting.
Ms. Coelho. Yes. Okay, I didn't hear you. Thanks. Dr. Mackenzie DeFranza.
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Dr. Silva?
Yes.
Ms. Visnick?
Yes.
And Rachel Abel, yes. By a vote of 7-0 at the time of 10:45 p.m., the chair is declaring that the committee is moved into executive session and will not return to open session. This is pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 21A, for purposes 7 and 3. 7, to the meeting minutes of April 24th, 2024. Purpose 3 is to discuss strategy with respect to and in preparation for the collective bargaining with BTA and AFSCME units, because an open discussion will have detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the committee, and not to return to open session. We thank BevCam for broadcasting us and for bearing with us as we jump through a number of different meetings this evening. And thank you to any of the public that is still watching. I hope you have a good night.